Good evening, everybody. I've got a quick little problem with my monitor here. I'm just going to try and fix that. Cool. I have a little visual glitch. It actually looks like... You can see it on the stream. Oh, Discord, why are you like this? I bet. There we go. Problem solved. All right. Hello, everybody. I believe we are in the Forgotten Estate on this playthrough. I'm actually apparently quite... Oh, that's right. I forced myself to be brave I forced myself to be brave on this run. Okay, so I'm plowing straight into it. I probably should have hung out at the start. Just give me one quick second here. This is something I want to double check on the setup. Okay, we are tagged as playing Darkest Dungeon. That's a good start. It's probably going to take a little while for it to load because I just started it up and it's on my hard drive, and I know I've got a lot of videos on it, so it's getting a little tight on space. So I have a feeling that it's going to load up the game. But how are you all doing? I hope you're having a good evening. Yep. Wait a minute. I left myself here knowing full well that I couldn't progress further? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so my options here... Oh, that's right. Okay. So we don't have the green key, so my options are to go to this battle and potentially die. Oh, wait a minute, maybe we won't potentially die. Let's say here, okay, craving. God, how bold do I want to be? We can potentially lose some of our good guys here. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do, especially because there's nobody around to see what happens, and this could be tragic. So we've found the big boss. We had an absolutely brutal fight, which has left us rather worse for wear. I can't remember what Torch does. Let's just double check that. Okay. That's a nice buff. I think there's an argument for trying to heal up some of my guys. Hello, Half-Truth. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why I started myself off on such a horrible position, but I'm going to do something terrible. I'm actually going to move forward. I'm going to see if I can manage the room battle. Because our stress is low, and I do have a healing character in here. But I will allow myself a retreat if things look too hairy. We do still need to find the key, but... Alright, and I'm also gonna push things a little bit to my favor, so... Obviously, Casual Nothing is... So we've got a few viewers here. We've got Ego Karen, Casual Nothing, Cool Eagle, and Sean Bean, also known as Sharp. But I am going to justify my recklessness by saying there can be no bravery without madness. Alright. Tough, but not the worst... Not the worst group that we could be going up against. So the first aim here is to get my flagellant healed up. So we will... I think I'm going to exsanguinate the manservant. just because they're going to get a tick of bleed on their next round, which means it's more likely that they're going to get taken out. So that's oh yeah, that 10 will do enough. Okay, so if I am so inclined, I can try and patch up someone, or I can try and do some extra damage. We've got 3 ticking down a turn. Our aim shot is going to be... what are we looking at? We do 7 to 15 damage. So in practice I would want to do 11. It's possible. It's not our best bet. But we do have a backup of casual nothing, so let's give it a shot. 9, okay. Okay, that was not great. Now I may come to regret this. Okay, so they're going to bleed out. I do need to use my flagellant to heal the comrades. In this particular case... Okay, so I don't want to do the repost. Let's hurt the sycophant. So I need to make sure I finish them off before... Oop, too late. So I'm going to have to exsanguinate again. Unless, of course, they get a move first. Okay, so in this case I'm going to play cautious and we will heal up the... This is just to prevent the flagellant from dying. This is kind of my A team, so I really can't afford to be losing anyone. I think we go for the buff here just because the riposte is going to do quite a bit of damage that I can't afford to take.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
Okay, so where normally I would have healed my allies, I'm gonna go for, because they're marked, I'm gonna go for a heavy hit on the sycophant. All right, still not enough to take him out, but the bleed will do the job. So now we can focus on the Esquire. I am slightly curious if Grape Shot Blast gives them the riposte. It does. Okay.
Give them no quarter.
Wow. Okay, so now the big worry is the fact that they've got the riposte available to them. Right, because they're in the first row. I can't do anything about that. Let's Inspiring Tune the Flagellant. Sidearm will damage them. How much damage are we looking at here? I don't think it says their health here. Oh, 5 of 33. Okay. So what I am going to do, I'm going to do the sidearm just so that we can tick down this guy's damage. Actually, the 11 was pretty great.
For the slightest lapse in concentration.
Okay, so because they can survive this, so even though they're going to be getting an attack back, meat is cheap, so...
Their formation is broken.
Cool.
Maintain the offensive.
Do I want to go any further? The only thing I don't like is that Ego Akaran is going to be out of the running for a while because of their stress. And they're craving... I hate to do this, but I am going to give them... See, there is a side of me that wants to push ahead and just scout out as much as I can, like to get to that secret door, but if we encounter even one group, we're done for, so we'll regroup in the hamlet. There's going to be stress, of course.
We'll endure this loss and learn from it.
It says, what strange bedfellows. Let's see what that achievement was. Contract the Crimson Curse via contagion. Oh, somebody just got bitten. I thought I'd protected from that. Anyways, guys, sorry. This was a bit of a wacky start. So,
can you feel it? The walls between the sane world and the unplumbed dimension of delirium are tenuously thin here.
It's been a couple of weeks since I've done Darkest Dungeon, so I actually forget where we left things. So let's see. Oh, I did put Ren in the Abbey with... Okay, well, that was me being an idiot then. So, Ego Karen is bloodthirsty, a stress eater, calm, fragile. Okay, so... Penance all you go. Everybody else is in reasonably good shape. Of course, we've got a newly sired Crimson Court character, which is not great. But yeah, so I've been really enjoying the Darkest Dungeon. I think this is the furthest that I've gotten in the game, if memory serves. I am sort of in a point where I've got a weird distribution of sort of heirlooms and such, and I'm short on money. We did have a couple of bad runs where we lost some big characters that we like, and so part of this has been training up my B team, BNC team. But I believe we're actually done with sort of the simpler bosses, if memory serves. I think what we're going to do here, let's just toss out some of the old group, and let's say I'm going to do training missions that are designed to maximize the money I get. So activate 3 winemakers reserves, gather 3 grain sacks, and explore 90% of rooms. I do value portraits more than crests at the moment here, and we don't have a Houndmaster. Okay, so at some point I do want to start taking on bosses. Obviously we've got the Hag and the Alluring Siren, and we do have some level 3 and 4 characters that can take them on. But at the moment here, I would like to give myself a little bit more variety in terms of the characters that I bring along. That means trying to level up some of these level 1 and 2 characters. Actually, in particular, it'd be nice to level up the 2s. But maybe I'll just sort of... actually, no, I think I'm going to try bringing up some of the level 2s. Just so that we have some more options when it comes to things like the Cove. And last thing I forgot to do was look at the announcement. So Truazgoth, Plagus, Collier all reduced their stress, although there's no longer selfish. Kite recovered all their stress. Ren is no longer selfish, but did infect Scream. Alfie's still missing. Mershol returned from their vision quest. Kite is thirsting for the blood. I don't know if Kite is on the verge of death, though. How desperate are they? Wasting. Okay. So I will need to bring them on a mission. But that's actually not terrible, because I'm going to level them up on one of these quests anyway. So let's say, I did say I was going to prioritize sort of the oil paint. Out of my options here, I've got Crest, Portrait, so this is an appeal, and then money is kind of my most immediate concern, and as you can see, we've got 2 options that'll give me more. Obviously, this is because it's a medium-sized dungeon. Explore 90% of rooms is a little bit of a concern, because it could potentially involve things like getting blocks and whatnot. Yes, I actually need to remember to bring some people to the farmstead as well, because this is just a level 1. We're not quite ready for that yet. So yeah, we'll go to the Cove, and Kite's probably a good position 2. Actually, good position 2 or 3. I keep forgetting that. Let's say Kaya LB. We'll move them up. We've got Cecilia here. Cecilia has the curse. Ren is also... Okay, so we'll bring Ren as a healer. I'm also doing this just because this will give me an excuse to sort of restore the blood for some of these characters. And then the last is position 3. So Koliar might make sense. True Asgoth is... Well, actually Cecilia is probably the better choice here. And this is because... oh no. Why doesn't it like... Ah, the Shadow Fade. Okay. Well, in theory I could equip them for a better... I could equip them with better skills and all of that, but I am trying to save money. So in this case, we're going to do the minimum amount required to maximize our take. This might even mean going a little short on the torches. I will make sure I bring enough food. So this will be good for. Let's bring 4 again, just in case. Maybe 1 extra shovel. This is a lot of blood to bring along, but I'm allowing myself the possibility that I'll need more. And I will bring 8 torches, but I won't bring any more. So we spent about 3,000 on this trip, which is expensive, but this is something I'm reasonably comfortable bringing in. Okay, let's see what we can do. Oh, also, sorry, I keep forgetting that I need to take a screenshot to make the game the right resolution for this. So I'm just all scrambled today. So like I said, I hope you are all well. I'm looking forward to doing
fish is almost unbearable.
I'm looking forward to doing Dargis Dungeon again. But clearly I'm a little scatterbrained right now. But I did get past the nightmare that I had left for myself. Okay, this is a fairly straightforward little offshoot to take. That's a weird thing to have to do. Oh yeah, I have no idea why, but apparently taking a screenshot fixes the screen, and I'm not going to complain about it. There are far worse things I've had to do. All right, as much as I would love to go against this horror, we're nowhere near ready for that. I actually want to make sure I get my money. Okay, so just a nice little bonus on our way to achieving the objective. This breakdown for the dungeon's not that terrible actually, because what we could probably do if we can successfully explore this area, this would be a good camping spot if we were so inclined. How are we on the... Okay. I want to get the most out of my torch, so we'll wait till it ticks down one more time. I have kind of an all Crimson Court group anyway. So... Oh, right. Okay, so this doesn't work, this doesn't work. Let's try one of the shovels. No effect. Okay. Let's just open it then.
Powerful blow.
So if we can take this guy out, so much the better. Excellent. So normally I wouldn't want to waste a powerful hit on a target like this, but obviously if they can get their bite off, then that damage we did means nothing.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Good work, Kite. Okay, this has actually been a pretty good run so far. So if we're lucky, Thrown Dagger, let's maybe see what the... let's see what will do the most damage. So we've got damage modifier minus 15, damage modifier minus 10, and higher chance for crit, so nice.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Okay, we've got a stun. Obviously it's going to take a little effort to try and take these guys out, but we've got some range, and if the bounty hunter goes next, excellent. We didn't even need to drag him in the front, so hey JFC Fuller, how you doing? Alright, that went well for us. Obviously not every encounter with the bloodsuckers looks like that for us,
another mariner, another misfortune.
It turned out. Has a lasting impact on the hero, and they become a ruins explorer. Yeah, we know you're hungry. Alright. Again, the aim here is to try and get as much money as possible, but not at the risk of like losing a good character or something like that. I'm doing all right. I had a little bit of a scattered start to the game, but I am having a jolly good time with Darkest Dungeon. Ugh, I'm having to waste 3 on this thing.
Obliterated.
Okay, so now we need to start using heal. Oh, I would rather not have my healer do that, but... Okay, I'm not too upset with the Pelagic Kruper getting the shield because the priorities... Jesus Christ, Cecilia, that's beautiful work. Obviously, our aim is to try and take out the person who can heal anyway, and we get to prioritize the shield anyway. Oh, excellent! Yeah, I've never finished the game myself, but we're making progress on this one. I don't think I've ever gotten this far in the game, and I've never done the Crimson Court before. I am really enjoying that DLC, and I actually rather regret not getting to it sooner. The RNG has been rather kind to us this run. I was originally going to do the 2-target one, but I was not confident. So
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
it might make sense to mark them, but I'm an old-fashioned guy. We'll go and work with it. Is that by choice or necessity? Do you own the DLC, or have you just decided to stick with the main game filler? So Dazzling Light gives me a little extra torch, and obviously it's going to be a finisher. Alternatively, I can basically bring the group to max health with the Divine Grace. Torches are more scarce at the moment. Again, flushes is something that is easily replaced. The contents are yours. Okay. More crests, not that I really need them, but... And this is a rather informative little trip. So again, we're going to prioritize down here anyway. But it does mean that we've got a couple of empty rooms that we can use.
Beyond measure. Awarded to the brave and the foolhardy alike.
The nice thing for me, at least, about sort of the explore missions are that if you get a few empty rooms like this at the beginning, you allow yourself the option of taking on sort of a greedier run rather than sort of having to limp across the finish line. You only had base when you played, but you have the DLCs now. So next time you get a chance to play the game, I highly recommend the Crimson Court. And the Color of Madness we'll be touching on probably this stream. But Crimson Court is definitely one where I've specifically thought, the game definitely said it's more challenging than sort of the base game, and so I was a little nervous about doing that. I sort of thought maybe I should try and beat the game first. Absolutely not a requirement. As long as you're comfortable with the game, the way the game works, it adds a number of interesting challenges. But if you're not bewildered by what you see in an average combat encounter, or as long as you can read the map and things like that, I feel like the Crimson Court really does add a lot to the experience, and it just gives you a different style of map, which is a really rewarding one to go through. All right, let's take a look at the Eerie Coral. It's soothing to the mind, so we get a little bit of stress down. Sometimes I find hunger desirable because it helps me get a little bit of healing, although obviously most of our guys are at full health, so it's not exactly the sort of thing I'm going to do a victory lap over. Okay, more good news. Obviously we're going to have to deal with a battle once we come out of here, but again, we just sort of get more opportunities to avoid the difficulties. It's either the Bounty Hunter or the Grave Robber that's going to be better at traps. Fine work. There has to be something at the end of this hallway. I'll be happy if there isn't, but... Okay, so we got 2 people crit. Didn't I just give you blood? This is why I brought 6. That may not have been the smartest move for me, seeing as we're going to be walking all the way back, but I really need to pay more attention. Okay. This could potentially be harsh, but in this case we're going to do a double, and that's because I'm going to hew with my leper. Damn it. I will take the pelagic shaman. Okay, I spread out the damage a little bit too much. So what? Mark for 2 rounds. Let's do a dazzling light on the deep stinger just so they don't stun our own people. Huh, okay. I would have preferred to do damage to someone else, but this is setting it up so I can use the flashing daggers. Stun. You stun. That was a little unlucky in terms of the timing of that. So my reasoning here is that the chop is better to use because we already know that there's the guarding on the deep stinger. Actually, that may not be true. Moot point. But the game's been pretty merciful with the misses so far. Maybe it recognizes it's been a while since I've played. I would have loved to do flashing daggers. Ooh. It's like it never happened.
How quickly the tide turns.
Okay, so we're gonna focus our heals on 2 of our characters here. Let's say... okay. Ah, that's unfortunate. Okay, we'll just do a normal heal. Let's say prioritize the leper. So yeah, the mismatch in the team just in terms of being able to get the damage that I want out is a little bit of a problem. So the finish him and stuff like that isn't real, or not the first attack, collect bounty, would be great if I could mark someone, but he's going to be the marker and the attacker, and I just don't. I don't think it's credible to see him getting the job done. In this case, I'm going to take a chance on the stinger. I'm running on an assumption that the pelagic grouper's attacks are not effective on the 4th row. That may not be a good assumption, but it sort of seems to have been borne out by the playthroughs a few times. I'm going to be targeting him here just because 1 hew and we can take out 2 guys. The only thing that will restore me is the blood! Right? Nice. So unfortunately, there's no really good way of navigating this problem. If I delay too long... well, okay. I'll leave it to fate. He's down to 1 health. Yep. Okay, well it's a miss, so, and good luck here. So I'm going to prioritize healing the bounty hunter here, and this is because we've got 4 damage per round, 2 damage per round for 3 rounds. So the total damage this guy's going to take 6, which is more, but he's going to be left at 14 health. We're down to 7 here, so in this particular case I do want to make sure that I don't start off with my bounty hunter in a situation where they're on the verge of death. One surprise and we could be losing him, so no point in delaying this any further. Now again, in the worst case scenarios we can always set up a camp, but okay, more portraits is always good. Now I do have a little bit of a decision. All right, wasting away. I do have a little bit of a decision to make in terms of the firewood, because I'm going to have 2 batches of fights coming up. I'm also mildly tempted to just pop these 2 other blood vials and get my team kind of get my team berserk for the next round. I don't think my wounds are that bad that I need to worry about whatever's going to come up in the curio room. So with that in mind, I think I'll supercharge these 2. Okay, hunger's actually helpful in this case. For delaying only 1 mob isn't bad now, is that right? My personal view is that the damage of 1 attack is generally worse than anything that you can heal in 1 round. There are penalties for delaying the combat too long, but I have had times where I've run a delaying strategy just to put myself in a better position. Generally, though, I don't like delaying because I find it too unreliable to actually get what I want, and I think starting a new combat tends to give me more opportunities in general. That's a personal feeling, though. Alright. So, lowered bleed resists, but... oh, this'll be fun. I think better to just take a piece off the board here, because I know my Vestal's going to be spent healing people. If these guys wind up focusing down a character, it's going to be pretty ugly. Okay, we're in good shape, so... one main reason I'm focusing on the bounty hunter rather than the leper is the leper is my go-to heal, so... I hate it when they're down to 1. Nice. So now's where I'd start trying to consider some options that'll let me get some heals in. So here's a decent example, like when the Vestal comes up again, we'll see what the heal winds up being for, but in this case there was 4 damage that was dealt. In this case this is a pretty straightforward choice. Obviously we take out the one that's going to damage us next. So we'll say, okay, well the leper's sort of the highest priority for heal right now, so let's see what that gets us. So in this case this would be a net 0, which in my view is not an acceptable trade-off. You need to be coming out ahead on those, because of course the next round you might be getting hit for even more damage. And I think the game is designed that the longer you stay in combat, the more likely it is that you're going to perish. So obviously the hope here is that we take this guy out before he can reply.
Be wary.
Okay.
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
In this case, we're going to ditch the medicinal herbs. There's no debuffs. But obviously I need to be a little careful in terms of the things that I'm picking up.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
I wouldn't normally put the move charm on, but gives me space for more money, which was one of the goals in going into here, so... I think after this combat, I'm going to go and use the firewood, so we're going to keep the torches on this one. This won't be great for stress. If this guy gets enough bleeds on us, we're in quite a bit of trouble. But I think because I get the human bonus, we're going to do what we can to take him out. Hugh might do it. Ah, you failed me. Alright, so I'm going to make an exception and take a pick to the face. Now, it's likely that one of these stress dealers is going to get a shield. But, you know, that's life. There's not a lot that I can do to mitigate that. Alright, well, now we know where the barrier is. So, let's focus down the guy in the back row where I can.
Unnerved,
unbalanced. Not my favorite move. I get to go one at a time, huh? Alright. I'm gonna take a chance here and just get a little bit of secondary healing in. Any healing that I get done on this combat is going to be something that gives me more options when the... let me just think about this. So this guy's marked. He's going to be marked for 2 rounds. So in this case, pick to the face on the Guardian. Oh, I bet I can't collect bounty now. Shame. Anyways, any healing that I do now just gives me more opportunities when the campfire comes. I didn't even check my campfire skills, so it may actually be I don't have the ability to heal people.
Vigor is restored.
Okay, I would have loved to do a Hugh to get rid of the...
grievous injury. Palpable fear.
The shaman, but it was not to be. If I have a way of getting this character to the front, that would make me very happy because I get a bonus against humans. In reality, this is more setting up for a Hugh. Oh, they live again. Alright, well, obvious choice for healing here. Not great, but again, Hugh should see us through on this. How much do they have left? 11? I think I'm just gonna punch him in the face. There is potentially an argument for trying to mark them, but this sucks, but I did say I was going to camp, so... Whew, that's a lot of wealth.
So too will resistance.
Bleedstone... Do any of my people actually do bleed? No, but again, this is so I can preserve. And obviously these aren't bandages, so these are not going to be helpful to me. Why not? Okay, firewood time. We'll do the...
together.
Oh, this will actually take... yeah.
Rats in a maze.
I would have done feast, but that'll leave me vulnerable to getting hungry again, so we will do full. Healing to the leper is the priority right now, so let's see. We've got wound care. I also want to see if I have... Okay. Sanctuary, just to make sure that we don't get ambushed. We will do... wounds. Do scouting, buffs. Blessing, stress reduction. Everybody's kind of stressed out, so... let's do the blessing on the leper. I don't think I have a one... yeah. So, like, this obviously isn't the best camp that we could have done, but so long as we don't... as long as I don't get too reckless, I should be able to get the 90% done. It would have maybe been nice to get some extra scouting just so I could see where everything is. But I've got 2 torches. I've got a reasonably... there is one thing I want to do. I can't get rid of all of it, but at the very least I can try and remove any debuffs that I didn't want on the group. It's interesting how the items work, that they usually give you one thing but at the expense of another. But I'm really bad. I never want to take the negative, so I almost never use the abilities. So I'm going to start with flashing daggers here, just because I know I'm going to do a hew on the drowned thrall, and then I think we can get a feeling of where we stand with the bounty hunter. Okay, so 9 health left, but they just got a buff. If they blow up, this is going to be really, really harmful. Against my better judgment, I think I am gonna... well, that was my better judgment. Obviously, the Vestal needs a heal anyway, so that's not the worst thing that could have happened. But I don't remember how long it takes for them to pop, but it doesn't hurt to be safe.
Finding the stuff is only the first
again,
test. Now it must be carried home.
Anti-venom isn't worth that much, so we don't take it. Okay, Lucky Scout. So this is a no-brainer. Obviously we get closer to our goal, which means we get sort of an optional combat. I don't think there's any benefit for doing extra combat, save for the fact that you get more money. Also, so it's possible there are 2 obstructions on the way here, but I'm going to use the shovel on the... Cool! That was rather beneficial. And I can afford to use this torch, so if we do wind up bleeding, we're in better shape. The torch will run out before we finish the dungeon, almost certainly, but I'm in better shape for my my combat. Now it's quite possible we get another hunger, but there's nothing we can do about it. We just press on and hope for the best. Cool.
Packs laden with loot, often low on supplies.
This is not the worst. Alright. You. I'm tempted to do flashing daggers, although there is an argument for trying to take down the character in the back. Gross. Let's try and finish off the sea maggot. Yikes! I'll heal myself with a judgment. I hate that I spent so much effort to try and take that thing out, because these guys can hit hard. I don't know if I can afford to put the leper on ice, but I'll see if I can heal the stress. That sucks. In this case, come hither it is. It's going to give them an excuse to do more... it's going to give them an excuse to do more stress-inducing things, but I suspect they're not going to do Sea Breeze, so... Dragging them forward gives me the opportunity to do flashing daggers, knowing that they won't heal the damage. Let's heal up the bounty hunter just in case. That turned out to pay off, but not the way that I thought it would. And Flashing Dagger seems to be the right posture again. So there should be a damage bonus. Oh, I have not seen them do Ceremonial Cut before. Collect Bounty should finish this guy off. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it did a bit. And hopefully we finish this guy off. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm probably ahead in terms of health, but I don't want to repeat that too many times.
And driven into the mud.
Alright, if it comes down to it, I'll ditch the anti-venom. But we'll see what other things come up. Okay, so we know we've got at least one more battle ahead of us. Well, we did say we would ditch the anti-venom, so... Packs laden with loot are often short on supply, a wise man once said. Alright, nothing else I can do to prepare for the combat. I don't want to waste the blood, so let's get to it. This is not the end of the world. Again, I want to be careful. I want to make sure that I prioritize targets. But this would actually be one where I might want to make the Vestal offensive. Especially for the front row. Nope. I think the decision's been made for me because I don't want Kite to die.
From becoming unwound.
Okay, let's... What are your expected damage? So 5 to 10, because they've been at death's door. So your expected damage is 7. 7.5 specifically. Let's go for it. Oof. So the hope was it would have taken that guy out. This would have justified flashing daggers. Well, the Hue still wouldn't have done anything. You know what? Let's not get fancy. Oof. All right.
Masterfully executed.
If they're not on death's door, I'm gonna do an angry Vestal. So 4 expected damage on that, minus 25% on a... Oh, that's right, I didn't account for the damage modifier on the Bounty Hunter. Okay, it's 25% less. They do 5 to 10, so again, expected of 7.5, but then I need to take a quarter off of that. Let's risk it. Cool, paid off. Unfortunately, my leper's not going to be too helpful, but I think what we can do in that case, the Bounty Hunter can yank this guy forward.
Heroism or cowardice.
This time I'm going to stun them. It would be nice to heal up my party so that we can go for some more greed, but this is damage mitigation is better than the heal in this case. Right.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
I'm going to abandon the bandages. Let's continue adventuring for a little bit. I want to see if I can find out some more information. Okay, not great, but we're going to send them for stress reduction anyway. Again, the idea here is to try and get just some easy wins. Deeds I kind of want. So we'll ditch the shovel in this case. The real risk, of course, is that I get another hunger. Alright, so our story ends here. I was playing the odds in terms of the shovel, but I'm feeling okay with what we got.
Morbid aspect. This twisted, cavernous maze seems almost traversable.
So, about 1,500 gold. I think we said we spent about 3,000, so a net of 12,000. That's not a bad return at all. And we now have one level 3 hero, at least out of this group. So they got freaked out in the cove. Kite is now a Warren Scrounger, and Ren is a Beast Slayer. And I'm gonna have to take a screenshot to get this all sorted
Your
again.
soldiers' minds are mired in malignancy. Fear has taken root.
The dark is rising. Despondency and ambivalence seem to be on the wind. Many adventurers confess to having a troubled disposition, even here in the relative safety of the hamlet. Okay, so Ego Akaran has recovered 110 stress. Alfie is returned after Private Game broke up. Sharp has come down from the Bloodlust. People have been upgraded. So before I do anything, let's just toss people out. I am tempted to go back to the courtyard because we're a little more flush with cash. But let's... so Cecilia... These are all terrible, but it doesn't determine... Okay, so the church is going to be sort of off limits to anyone who doesn't have the Crimson Curse. And we'll put Cecilia in whatever the cheapest option is. Okay, up next, if I can do some upgrades, I want to do some upgrades. So, not nearly enough deeds, and not nearly enough paintings, fair enough. I do have enough deeds for the Stagecoach network, so I do need a Houndmaster, and increasing the size of the hero roster seems to be a decent idea. What am I looking at? I think it was the blacksmith. 32 for my next level of... Oh, I'm so close. Man, I really want those Houndmasters, but if I delay, that just gives me the opportunity to get higher level Houndmasters later. So in this case, I wonder what it will take for... So we trade. It's going to cost me 9, but I can afford it, so... I still have over 200, so...
Fan the flames, mold the metal. We are raising an army.
Guild wants paintings. Actually, the guild has a pretty good argument for upgrading. I get no paintings. I have to give up 6. Jesus. Yeah, I'm not that crazy. Okay, we'll leave that be. I'm not actually going to upgrade... Well, okay, there might be some people that I upgrade, but that will be a decision for later. Let's go back to the A team. Oh, hang on. Kaya LB needs some stress relief as well. So... Okay, you can gamble. Witness will not take part in prayer. Okay, that's fine. You can go to the bar. Sorry, not gamble. Both of you can go to the bar. And that is it for stress. Okay, next up, let's see the crew that was going to go to the courtyard. So we had Casual Nothing, Cool Eagle, I believe we had Sharp in the back row, and Ego Akaran was bringing up the front. We also had a few... Right, so I might want to reevaluate some of these items. And then I might also want to consider their builds. Oops, let's just... So first things first, let's just make sure that the people who I have going on the quest have sort of the equipment that they need. Okay, that's 3,000 for armor. Okay, so effectively I'm spending 12,000 outfitting these people. Ugh, that's... Yeah, I'm going for it. I may not get money for this run, but it has to be done. Imagine a Cultist Sim with Darkest Dungeon party management and dungeon exploration. That sounds like the opposite of the Book of Hours, but I like it. The guild will be even more expensive. Oh, but... Okay, definitely another level of extent. I get more than my money's worth out of these 2 skills. The rest, unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to outfit the party. So we're back to being destitute, but it's entirely possible we get a fairly big breakthrough in the courtyard this time around. So, okay, last but not least, let's sort by character class and see if there's anything. 25 stress with the Crimson Curse. This is the one character that doesn't have it. Bonus max HP if they're wasting from the Crimson Curse. Oh my god. Yeah, the Martyr Seal is like a must-have for this character. Mercurial Salve is also that is one for the Crimson Court for sure. There actually may be an argument for Casual Nothing to carry it, but no, I think Ego Akaran is pretty much a dedicated warrior. Okay, Casual Nothing, same idea. Okay, so they generate more stress, but a bonus for virtue chance. A reflex, I didn't mean to. Why not? They are more susceptible to death blow, though. Extra crit. I think I'm going to switch this one out, actually. Cool Eagle I actually think has some of the stuff that I wanted them to have, but let's see if there's anything else. Okay, so extra distress skills, plus 25 stress, plus 33 stress skills while camping. I'm not sure if that is stress mitigation as well as I think I'm just going to leave them with what they've got. And yeah, the only other thing would be the Ancestral's oh, you know what? I bet this doesn't do anything because there is no torch. So let's get the Ancestor's Candle out. And let's... Okay, so less dodge, but extra accuracy and crit. The only thing I don't like is that I don't really have a good healer in the party. But I do rather like the idea of doing some just eye-watering damage, so we will embark. So that's 2 for each. And we will bring 2 torches for special occasions. The problem here is if I don't make any money on this run, I don't have anything for the next run. But that's fine because I've got a bunch of low-level characters that I can throw into the maw. Okay, nobody is hungering yet. So my aim here was going to be just to see what's going on in these different rooms and see if I can find the key. Sooner I find the key, obviously, the less damage I take and the more likely I'm able to take on the Baron, but... Please, good hero, release me from these chafing shackles. I owe you a debt of gratitude for your kindness. Alright, I don't think I have any, I don't think I have any room for them, but... Forgotten delicacies and an anachronistic mixture of both rotted and fresh victuals adorn the cart. No antiquarians. Actually, that's not true. There might be one in the party now that I think of it. Or not in the party. There might be one in the hamlet. I think this will be more annoying than anything. I'll take my chances. Yeah, that's not a lot of damage there. But I do get to try Harvest, especially before this guy starts causing me problems with Riposte. And we'll do an aimed shot just to weaken them further. So they take 3 damage a round. We're just shy of what we needed. So in this case, I'm going to do the Grape Shot Blast. I don't have a lot of hope for the Sycophant, but again, the chance of being able to take out the Esquire, perfect. And we actually did get the 2 that we needed, so... I mean, this was expected that they would heal. Okay, not great on the stun, but let's do what we can with the front guy. I know he can do damage to multiple targets, so oh, okay. I don't have front row damage, so we'll just... Jesus. So we've got 5 damage around. They've currently got 13 health. My highest damage would be 20, 15, and I can't do a pistol shot in the front row, so Open Vein does the most expected damage. Yeah, he's done for.
A death by inches.
So if I get an opportunity to heal someone, I'll take... Oh yeah, we'll definitely take it here. But again, I don't have that much by way of healing. It's really just sharp here, so... Okay, well, never mind. That is a... This has ensured that we're going to be able to afford the next run. The container yields a key. Awesome. Okay, this might sting. I have no idea what the Baron is. I've never seen it before. But clearly I am in a position now where I am about as short of starting an entirely new run. I am as good as I'm going to be to try and take on the Baron. So if you know, in the worst case scenario, if I feel like I'm going to lose people, that's fine. We regroup in the hamlet. We retreat, either regroup in the hamlet or go to other rooms and try and you know, try and loot them to make the most of the trip. But at the very least, we should be able to get some intelligence. And then obviously, knowing what I know right now, I can pop a couple of blood to, you know, to overload my cursed members, and I can, you know, I can burn a torch and whatnot. So we've got a few things to bring. Actually, also, I can eat quite a bit just to bring our health up. But again, we'll see what happens after this next combat, because obviously, if we run into something really nasty, my plans might change. Okay, let's try... I'm actually going to hit the manservant first. Perfect.
A devastating blow.
Okay, looking good. So I think Harvest, yeah, Harvest only deals with the last one. So the question here is whether or not I want to do Battle Ballad to give the extras for all of my team, or do I want the Slice Off? I think in this case I'm going to try and maximize the damage that we do to this target. So Open Vein. 3 around is okay, but... Oof.
Unnerved, unbalanced.
Yeah, this changes quite a bit of the equation now. So we got to do what we can to preserve Cool Eagle. This one's going to be a Grape Shot Blast. Okay, so we don't need to worry about the Chevalier anymore. There's nothing I can really do that's effective at removing these guys. I don't have any oh, I do have bandages. Okay, so that saves me quite a bit in terms of healing. We'll do the Battle Ballad because this just makes the most sense. My preference would have been to
is the weapon that
we may not
cuts
be
on
able to
its
heal
own.
Cool. Yep, we can't heal Cool Eagle because we bled them to death.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
We'll see if he's still full when it comes time to take on the Baron. There is loot in the broken glass. Oh, okay. This is. I am feeling good about the haul. So, as long as I have at least one hero by the end of this thing, we are ready for our next run. And of course, we've got a direct line to the Baron. So. Okay, before I do that, just on the odd chance that it sends me directly into the Baron fight, let's get the bonuses we want right now. He's still full, so... So again, there's not a lot of hope if we get like a hunger event. In this case, like because Cool Eagle is already full, I'm not gonna... This is still enough to kind of cover the team for one more run. But let's see what the Baron holds. We've got everything that we can for this this run. Okay, and for future reference, I don't need to worry about the door opening automatically. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Oh, there's a build-up. Okay. I hope we don't lose the bonuses then. Okay. Still full? Yeah. Alright. Here we go.
His taste for triviality remains unabated, even now.
What in the sweet holy hell just happened? Okay, we're buffing everyone first. Damn it. Okay, this is good. He'll be taken out.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Man, Grapeshot Blast seems like the sort of thing I will instantly regret.
Confidence surges as the enemy
Let's try and manage what's coming up here. So, surprise! I really don't need you doing that, milady, but this guy has not shown us, like, the horrible things they can do yet, so in this case I'm just going to try and put as much bleed as I can on them. Because obviously if they take 3 actions around, that's gonna translate into multiple bleeds. Necessary discipline. Okay, so they hit like a truck. Thank God. Okay. The real dilemma. The real dilemma here is Sharp is a really high damage dealer. Oh well, their patch up has already been taken out. So in this case, we will. Oh, damn it! I'll try the sidearm. Jesus, that I didn't want, but. Oh yes, very much so, Maticus Ray.
The ground quakes.
I'm even in a point where I'd be willing to lose a couple of this A-team, if it really came down to it. Okay, this is going to be a danger zone really soon. So, all right, and this guy's got. Remember, this guy has a reduction to their death's door as well. So I need my musketeer on this right away. Oh, this could be it. Thank the maker. This is filthy. Oh my god, and the patch-up is removed. I gotta move him back. We take one egg at a time. And we see what we can do. Cool! We have chosen correctly.
Well struck.
Of course, their bleeds oh no, their bleed's still not reset. Healing prevented. Christ almighty. Yeah, so casual nothing. It is not looking good. They're going to have this happen to them for 3 rounds. So in this case, we just stack as much bleed as we possibly can, and we make it happen. Actually, position 2 is perfect for the Baron here. We just get to punish them with all of our best abilities. So that's 21 damage around. Ah, damn it. That's a terrible spot for them now.
The abyss returns even the boldest gaze.
That's even worse, actually, because now my musketeer is useless.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism.
The third act. Okay, let's aim for... Again, I'm going to aim for 2 or 3. I think 2 is my favorite, so... Another one for the bag.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
I think we'll do the Battle Ballad for... No, let's switch it out. So this is largely just me trying to take out the positions where my characters have an advantage. Okay, he's done for. Casual Nothing has 1 more round of this. So in this case, I'm not going to... No, actually, now it makes sense for me to open another cocoon. So we will do this. Actually, I can afford to do the harvest in this case.
Their formation is broken.
Surprise! 3 damage. This should, I think. All right, everybody. This might be the grand finale. Ego Icarian, will you do it?
The jig is up. The game is done. This expedition at least promises success.
Thank you, Ego. These rare loot items are age-old plans for expanding the hamlet. They are consumed when constructing new buildings in the districts. Blueprints are guarded by bosses. Alright, so we got 600 gold, the blood, more sapphire, crime lord's molars, bounty hunter only, crimson court, plus 20% damage to marked, stunned, bleeding, lower dodge, and they will pay. 5% crit versus marked, stunned, and bleeding, and a blueprint. And we are not continuing adventuring because I might lose Casual Nothing, so... That is the first time I've ever seen the Baron, by the way, so, you know. I will take a small victory lap on that and get a drink of water. I will be back in like 30 seconds. I won't even mute the mic for this. Ah! Maybe I should have muted the mic because you're going to hear me trip over everything. How's it going, Valken? Good to see you as always. Yeah, I'm feeling really good about that. That was a lot of fun, and this is one of the reasons I really like the Darkest Dungeon. Turn-based. I think the thing that I like the most about Darkest Dungeon is it shows people that turn-based can be a lot more fun than I think people normally imagine it to be. And obviously being able to say, it's like, well, this is the reality of the situation that I have, so what are the best decisions I can make in the current moment? So, healing is no longer an option. So what do I do? Well, in this case, our best form of damage mitigation is 1, take out anything that's on the table right now, and 2, try and prioritize. So, like, one of the biggest things for that fight was I eventually prioritized eggs where I sort of had the maximum damage for my abilities. Because 1, if it's not the Baron, then we can deal with the thing that comes out really quickly. And whereas if I was dealing with something like in a position 1 or a position 4, if it's a position 1, then I need to use one of the randomized attacks. And if I use one of the randomized attacks, it's very likely, it is in fact a 75% chance that I'm going... Well, okay, if with the full complement of eggs, if I attack the first position with the Musketeer, 75% chance that I'm going to hit something that I don't want to open. And so, obviously, I would have been smarter if I did that at the very beginning, but I'm happy that I picked it up near the end. I probably should have been a little more explicit about that. And, of course, we wound up... So in addition to the 6,000 that we looted on the normal run, we get the 15,000 reward, so we've got 21,000 after almost bankrupting the Hamlet. So Darkest Dungeon is one of those games where you saw screenshots, read the description, thought meh, but then you saw some gameplay and wow. Same with FTL. Yeah, actually both are really good examples of that. I heard the Darkest Dungeon before I ever saw it. I have a friend who works for Humble. Now, they weren't working at Humble on the time, but we used to do some co-casting together. I originally met him when he was commentating a Dota tournament that I was part of. And he streams occasionally. Like, he does it very erratically, and so usually I'm the only person watching, but I always try and keep it on in the background. And apparently, like, he had picked this thing up when it was in early access, and I never saw the game. I only got to hear the audio, and I always have... I believe right now I have 75 tabs open on my laptop, and that's after, like, a reset. So I was scrambling to try and find what game was making these sounds, but he was offline before I could find it. So, but eventually I figured out it was Darkest Dungeon, and I was obviously quite interested based on that first experience. So, anyways, Ego is now level 4, Casual Nothing's level 4, Cool Eagle's level 4, and Sharp is level 4. And Casual Nothing is now a Flagellant, and Sharp is Robust.
The virulent clouds from the courtyard have abated. The airs of the estate feel narrowly agreeable once again.
Yeah, the Wayne June. Actually, so the whole reason I started this playthrough was I sent him the... I don't know if you guys have... Actually, has anybody here heard the Orson Welles, like, Frozen Peas commercial? This is a series of sort of voice acting, or, like, recording sessions for some... God, I don't even remember. There was, like, Findus... I think it was, like, Findus... commercials, and like they all have sort of the same, we know a little ford in Norway where or there is a certain field in Lincolnshire where Mrs. Buckley lives, these sorts of things. And one of the engineers tries to give Wells direction that he does not react well to, and so I can't remember what inspired that. I think I basically said something to the effect of, I would love to hear the Frozen Peas commercials redone by Wayne June or something like that, and tagged him. And he responded. He had never heard that before, and so offered up a what was it, William Shatner recording session. and like the engineer like tries to give him a line read, and Shatner just like, you can just sort of see the dynamic change, and the engineer realize that they have screwed up too late. And yeah, it's essentially like Shatner's giving an endorsement as William Shatner, so effectively what that engineer was trying to do was trying to tell William Shatner what William Shatner sounds like. But anyways, yeah, it was a really funny clip, and I thought, well, you know, it was like a Friday night, so that's one of my open streaming days, and I'm like, I guess I'll go help this little indie that's trying to build an audience. I don't know. It's a weird way to say thank you for a clip that made me laugh, but that is the extremely unlikely and unusual way that I wound up on this playthrough, and I'm just having the time of my life with it. So the Haze of Contagion is abated, due in no small part to the recent triumph over the age-old horror that had lurked for too long behind the long-sealed courtyard gate. Removes the Crimson Curse from all affected heroes. Thank the Lord. Marshalt had a night on the town, has recovered 70 stress. Kaya LB had a night on the town and recovered 70 stress. Ren has left in search of a holy vision, prayed and recovered 86 stress. Cecilia meditated and recovered 70 stress. Veil lifted removes Crimson Curse from all affected heroes. And Courtyard has advanced to Mastery 3. Sharp is now the Master Musketeer. Cool Eagle is the Master Jester. Ego Akaran is Master Flagellant. And Ludel, a valiant leopard, was rescued and returned safe to the hamlet. Now, I am actually curious if... Yeah, it says that they were returned safe to the hamlet, but I don't see them in the... the roster. So I'm thinking we... Well, maybe we could do a sort by, like, class. Yeah, we did not get our leper. You'd love to stay and watch, but it's 3 a.m. here. You have work tomorrow, so good night all. Thank you very much for stopping by, JFC Fuller. I'm glad that you got to see the Supreme Victory. Maybe just because there's going to be a little bit of a changing of the guard in chat, does anybody want a character named after them? Dismas is locked out. If you've already had a character, I am making permadeath proper permadeath, so if you've already got a character that has died, I'm not yet resurrecting people. I believe Hellion is open. I think it's Hellion, Scream, Alfie, Collier, and Machault are the ones that are available. So if you'd like to be a shield breaker, a Hellion, a Jester, a Musketeer, or a Crusader, you are open. So Camerooni would like one. What do you want to be, Camerooni? And JFC Fuller hasn't gone yet, so all right. So JFC Fuller's on their way to sleep. So just let me know what color you'd like. I'm going to put JFC Fuller unless you say otherwise. This is number 4. It's gray. You've got number 1, which is a little bit more Celtic looking. I mean, it all looks Celtic, but number 1 looks particularly Celtic. Number 2 is red. Number 3 is sort of a greenish yellow. And then we've got number 4 again, which is primarily gray. So, and Cameroon would like Jester. Okay, I can definitely do that. I'm making death permadeath. Valken. Well, don't worry, Valken. I actually... So there is a... I feel bad saying this, but there is actually a long game in mind for this. I have an idea about what I'm going to be doing with the people who have died. So it is in the name of something greater that I'm doing this for. Don't feel like I'm specifically singling people out. Like Johnny Big Time died, and I was like, oh, I really want to have Johnny in the game. So, oh, okay, sorry. Gray is cool. Sorry about that. So we have got JFC Fuller. Okay, Veteran Hellion. Excellent. And we had Cameron the Jester. So just so you did say any color, but while I'm writing up the names, so we've got kind of purple and yellow, green and red, black and red. And sorry, I should have said this again. So this is number 1, red and yellow. This is 2, purple and yellow. This is 3, kind of green and pink. And then 4, black and red. And And sorry, it is Camerooni, so you vote for Perps. Okay, so 2 votes for purple, and of course, Camerooni gets, hey, Johnny Big Time! How you doing? Did I show you what happened to you? You actually, I'm sorry to say, unless you've been watching a little bit longer, you missed us beating a brand new boss for the very first time. Oh, the Viscount invites you to a loathsome dinner. Okay, so we're not done yet. Was just making fun of us for having kicked the bucket. Yeah, so the we took out the first boss of the Crimson Court, and that was the very first time I'd ever encountered it. So I was feeling very pleased with myself, obviously, because I won't shut up about it now. And I managed to stop bankrupting the Hamlet. So anyways, just a quick reminder for those of you in terms of what happens if you do not perform in combat. Brond, the apprentice jester, bled out. Reynold, the adventure crusader, was slain by a vile bone soldier. Jamie Sam from chat was an apprentice Vestal, met their end against a crocodilian. Valken regrettably bled out, as did Captain Zerge, master crusader, wasted away from the Crimson Curse for the lack of the blood. Gand, the Seeker Shieldbreaker, succumbed to Blight. Danvers, Seeker Antiquarian, succumbed to Blight. Johnny Big Time, Master Houndmaster, fell to the hand of an ally. Ed Baver, Master Vestal, met their end against a crocodilian. El Dolby, Apprentice Crusader, bled out. So El Dolby, Ed Baver, Johnny Big Time, Captain Zerge, Valken, Jamie Sam are all viewers. Kanagari, Seeker Bounty Hunter, had a heart attack due to unsustainable stress. Veshi, Seeker Vestal, had a heart attack due to unsustainable stress. Callie, Seeker Antiquarian, had a heart attack due to unsustainable stress, and of course it's all the same week, so you know what happened to that group. Roussel, Seeker Vestal, had a heart attack due to unsustainable stress. Mandeville, Seeker Crusader, had a heart attack due to unsustainable stress. And Maltravers, Seeker Bounty Hunter, had a heart attack due to, what was it? Unsustainable stress. Yeah, I was not happy when I saw Johnny fall, to say the least. Okay, so further upgrades. So I need 44 deeds to get us to the top level of smithing. Of course, we don't have anybody at rank 5 yet, so I don't need to worry too much about that. The guild, we're still short on paintings. Now there is kind of an argument for me to start putting, some points into the bar, but I kind of feel like upgrading my troops is a slightly higher priority at the moment. Okay, Ludel, the veteran leper. I am tempted to start kicking out. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, my apologies to Kaya LB. Good night, have fun, stay alive. So my apologies to Kaya LB for what I'm about to do. I am going to kick them out of the party, but I'm going to kick them out so that I can bring basically a better Kaya LB in. So they got a level 3 color outfit. Obviously, generally better skills overall. Actually, the other alternative would be, how many Crusaders do I have? I'm going to need a lot of deeds, but I actually have... I can't believe I'm doing this. Oh, there's got to be 20.
More arrive, foolishly seeking fortune and glory in this domain of the damned.
There's Ludel. What I'm going to do here, just to double check, I'm going to make sure that my alignments are correct in terms of the classes. So we've got 2 lepers, 1 shield breaker, 2 hellions, 1 crusader, 1 abomination, 1 flagellant, 1 man-at-arms, 1 bounty hunter, 2 highwaymen, and a cultist. Only 1 vestal. The hell was I thinking? Okay, 2 grave robbers, 2 jesters, a witch doctor, 2 musketeers, and an arbo. So this actually counts as sort of like 3 musketeers. I can see another... I can definitely see another flagellant working. But as far as like lepers and stuff like that are concerned, we need vestals. Okay. Next up, let's try and get some stress dealt with. So go ahead, casual. Nothing. You can beat the crap out of yourself. Okay. Sharp only drinks. I know it helps with the aim. Not that kind of drinking. By the way, for those of you who do not know him, Johnny Big Time was playing Rainbow Six Siege tonight. But he finally finished The Witcher, and I actually forgot to ask Johnny, what are you playing? What are you playing now? Like in terms of your next series, or do you know? Anyways, for those of you who don't know him, he is my favorite streamer on Twitch. He is a gentleman and a scholar. I will not stop insisting on this particular stream that we did together. He was kind enough to do a way out with me, and it is one of my favorite streams that I've done. I thought I thought the quality of the stream was really good in terms of like the gameplay and the entertainment. But Johnny in particular is just a really fun guy to play games with. And so while I don't normally do a lot of co-casts, Johnny is definitely somebody who I like doing that with, because he's just, he's an incredibly gifted entertainer. He does a lot of sort of franchise playthroughs. So he does do a lot of multiplayer. He'll do stuff like PlayerUnknown Battleground. Well, I mean, once upon a time he did PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, but like he'll do battle royales, and he will do stuff like Rainbow Six Siege. But I really do actually think he's in his element when he is playing single player games, because one of my favorite things that he's done was sort of this deflationary view of E3, where he watched all of the conferences, but he had no problem stating what he thought of like the quality of the presenters, and it was just this amazing, complete mockery of some of the pretense behind E3 presentations. I thought he did an excellent job of that. And I think one of the things is that when he plays single player games, like he could be playing just these, venerated classics, but he will still always have the perfect turn of phrase, or when the thing is like less than perfect, he will always be able to give just a wry remark that I don't know, makes me chuckle every time. So again, Johnny is somebody who is incredibly friendly, somebody who is a lot of fun to talk to off of cast, but in terms of a broadcaster, I would definitely say one of the people I know who I would say has just got the most raw talent in terms of the broadcasters that I know, an incredible range in terms of the type of games and types of broadcasts that he can do, and somebody who I consider very lucky to sort of been able to do some co-casts with. Finally, honestly, you don't remember that other games exist. I mean, I have a couple of things I'd like to see you play if you're interested, but I don't know if... I don't know how much weight those recommendations get. All right. Sorry, guys. I've been really thirsty, so let's... 5 Johnny Big Time bits. You should give those to Johnny Big Time. I am a little tempted to try A Light in the Sky. Something has fallen from the stars and struck the old mill. Neighbors whisper of twisted vegetation and eerie shifting lights. So if I were to do this, what kind of a team would I be able to bring in? So Guillot would probably be the healer in this because, well, you know what? Let's say Kai LB takes point, and we take Plagas as a position 2. No, you know what? You should be... Hey, Plagas! Speaking of... No, no problem, Johnny Big Time. I mean, again, like, it's easy. You kind of know that the... You know that the shout-out has become sort of like an institution in the channel, but I take the time, particularly with your broadcast, because I know everyone on Twitch is going to say so-and-so is the best ever because, like, they hosted me, or because, you know, they followed me, or because they've got more followers than me, so I want them to make sure that they've got the reputation. And in that environment, like, it's hard to break through and get people, get people to pay attention. But honestly, like, I take the time, one, because I have learned, especially, and this is for everyone, like, the Surviving Mars and Daggerfall streams are some of the lowest viewership things that I do. But I make a lot of effort to make sure that I get those recorded on the weekend when I can, because the people who do like them really like them. Like, I can remember there were times when, like, without fail, when another Daggerfall episode would come up, there would be a YouTube comment. And to know that that means something to somebody on the other end weighs quite a bit more, in my view, than just some generic, like, 20 people are now watching you, but you have no idea whether or not they're actually enjoying it. Presumably, they don't hang around if they're not enjoying it. So one of the things that has taught me is that, I, as a content creator, sort of understand what causes me to continue doing something or to reconsider and try something else. And, I mean, Johnny, out of everyone, knows, how many things I have on the back burner that I want to do. And so one of the things I've really tried to do, and of course because I have something of the bully pulpit in the form of a Twitch stream, I try and make sure that I do it in the place where there's potential take-up. One, it's a chance for me to just say, hey, I like your stuff. And I'm not saying I like your stuff because it's a nice thing to say. Here's a specific thing that you do that I like, and I think you should be recognized for that. It also helps me sell your stream, because obviously I would like more people to experience it. But I've also definitely learned, like, a perfect example is the Weather Factory people. So obviously, having now played Cultist Simulator for close to 2 years, I've gotten to know the people in Weather Factory a little bit better. And I always have this reaction of, okay, they're successful game developers, they have a mentorship program, there's lots of people vying for their attention. I don't need to send them a, you did a good thing here, message. But in my view, that is not, like, it's really easy to sort of feel like, oh, they probably already know, or, oh, who am I to say, that sort of thing, or whatever. But the thing is if everyone thinks that way, then the people who make the stuff that you like will only ever hear from the people who complain, or say that you suck, or whatever. And so I've specifically made sure that I take the time, like, instead of playing Darkest Dungeon, I take the time to explain this, because I think it's really important, especially for, people like Johnny, who I really do feel should have a much broader reach than they do. And that's not a statement against their stream. Like, their stream is quite good, and his stream is growing. But obviously, like, my expectation really would be, like, especially out of the people I know who sort of have this reliable cadre of subscribers, no matter how infrequently they stream, I know that Johnny could sustain an audience like that if, just the RNG had run a little bit differently. So it's my little way of sort of ensuring that I continue to see stuff that I like, and more importantly, that all of you get a chance to see some content that you might enjoy. So anyways, hopefully that will give you all a really good reason to see Johnny Big Time stuff. Johnny Big Time is also, of course, a subscriber, and he's donated money to the chat, and he's gifted me games. He was the reason I actually played Hand of Fate 2. You know, he's also paid for this advertisement. So, anyways, how you doing, Al Infamous? And Velkin says, "Don't tell me what to do with my money, sir." So, all right. So I think I do want to try the farmstead now. Plagus, I feel kind of bad about this. I might switch you out for the flagellant just because they are somebody who can heal. And unfortunately, you're a position 1 and 2 character, and Kaya LB has the attack 2 characters. So, but I'll be sure to throw you into the maw sooner rather than later. Collier, we will also get. This is essentially kind of recreating my my courtyard team again. And so, last thing, I need to find a position 3. It looks like Camerooni is going to be up. So first thing I want to do is actually send these people to the guild just to make sure that they're ready to go. I sort of remember the farmstead, but not really. So I do kind of want to make sure that everybody's got a skill loadout that I want. So in particular, we do have Exsanguinate, but I also want to make sure that we've got... what is this one called again? Redeem. And I do rather like Reign of Sorrows, so we'll add that to the list. Camerooni, what have you got? Harvest, Finale. Actually, we got some pretty good uses out of Finale. I am okay with this loadout. Collier. Yes, and I'm willing to spend the money on these 2 upgrades. Just don't let you die of stress. Everything else is... Alright, no promises. Right, we already did this. So, and Kaya LB, we will... Oh, yeah, we've got the money. Okay, and for anybody who's sort of leveled up, I feel okay. I sort of feel okay investing a little bit in their well-being, so... Well, there goes my fortune. Alright, that's fine, though, because it's... we're going to spend that money sooner or later, so... Okay, let's hope that we survive the farmstead, huh? Something has fallen from the stars and struck the old mill. Neighbors whisper of twisted vegetation and eerily shifting lights. Gold, comet shards. These shifting shards reflect indescribable hues from beyond time and space. And scouting whistle, Houndmaster only. Speaking of, what was I looking for again? The blueprint. I know there's a play. There we go. Oh, so the blueprint's just an input to production. Okay, that's fair. I am not even remotely close to considering that yet. Okay, now I don't remember what I need for this. So, okay, well we don't need food apparently. So maybe we'll bring a couple bandages, couple of antidotes. I will risk not bringing laudanum. And hopefully we just make bank.
Blight had struck the harvest again that year, and the miller was desperate. He came to me, hat clutched tightly in filthy fingers, stinking of sweat and manure. Seated comfortably in my observatory, surrounded by telescopes and other delicate apparatus, I recognized his misfortune as an opportunity, and I agreed to lend him my expertise.
By the way, did anybody hear the story that I recorded in audio? It was not exactly an audio book because it was just a short story. I forgot to give these people trinkets. All right, well, too late to worry about that now. Did anybody hear that out of curiosity? Celestial Cornerstone, the central fixture and a carefully constructed barrier around the farmstead. Shovel it! Onward! How fantastic and terrible I dream. Oh, crap. I forgot to reassign the skills. Alright, well, lead him out.
Continue the onslaught.
Monster waves and respawning. Defeated foes will swiftly be replaced by waves of despicable reinforcements. Your party must endure this onslaught without pause or hope for respite. Because of the strange nature of Time's behavior in the farmstead, you can treat with no penalty at any time. The kill meter and crystal shards. All farmstead quests have a kill meter, a measure of your might and ambition. Fill it by defeating monsters, and when you tally hits certain thresholds, you will receive a reward of crystal shards. These rewards increase the further you venture. Back in the hamlet, the jeweler seeks these strange glowing shards. He will trade you for unspeakable artifacts of power. Find him in the Nomad's Wagon. Okay. The Flagellant is actually somebody I'm comfortable taking damage, so... They get better at what they do when they take damage, so... The Seeds of Madness. Now, I believe I need to... I've done this once before. I believe I need to, like, take this thing out. And I mean, I could do a Battle Ballad. Well, you know what? Let's actually try the Battle Ballad. Because I'm going to do a Hugh in the front row with Kaya. Better still, we'll take it out there. Nice. Yeah, so the Blight's definitely gonna sting, but
sweet. Is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Are we fools to press on? Hardly. This is kind of the table saw approach, but it's got a little bit of a sort of a revision to it, just to take advantage of the fact that I have people who are good at different ranges. Pause from labor. That's got to be a heal. Yep.
A death by inches.
Okay, so again, the Hue should hopefully deal with the aberration. Nice.
Executed with impunity.
So the Flagellant can do some good damage here. Reclaim, heal 2 points, and bleed. Oh, wow. That's a brutal trade-off. Okay, so they take 2 damage. Oh, too late. In this case, I'm actually going to get the Musketeer to start doing some healing. So in this case, we'll heal up the Flagellant. Obviously, the Flagellant gets better when their health goes down, but I don't want that to be sort of a license to just ignore their health. So this, of course, doing the bleed on the back row would have been particularly helpful in this case. But in this case, we'll just do the punish. That's a bit of a waste, to be completely honest, but I prefer that to any of my other options. So we'll do a harvest here because that'll allow me to hit the Scarecrow without being able to see it. Haunting Revelation. And we will snipe the guy in the back.
Surges as the enemy crumbles.
So the good news is I can still do a Hue on the front row and tag the Scarecrow. Okay, this is going to be a little trickier to deal with. I think we'll... Okay, fair enough.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to use my sort of my emergency pistol shot on this guy. I guess the alternative would be to ignore it and heal, but Buckshot would be knockback, minus 50. Nope. Again, trying to be efficient in terms of taking these guys out. So if I can do damage to the middle and then do a hew, that just keeps moving the saw along. Alright, I think I caused myself... Yeah. I actually didn't time that properly. I don't want to do my exsanguinate yet, so we will smush the corpse. Ooh. This is going to be risky. I'm pretty sure they're death's door on the... Oh yeah, definitely with that.
Precision and power.
So I screwed up here because the death's door is going to be a nasty penalty. I am going to try... No point. We'll hit him in the back. I am trying to make it... Oh! Okay, good.
Gnawing uncertainty. The birthplace of dread.
I am fine. This is why I'm fine with him taking damage like that. And the idea here is that taking out the crystalline aberration should heal anybody who attacks it. Unfortunately,
Another one
okay.
falls.
Yeah, I need to be a little bit better at timing that. The plow horse is a nightmare if memory serves, so we will inflict whatever bleed I can. Paw the ground. So I believe this is a... I think this is sort of... Oh, interesting. Okay. I need to find a sneaky way of attacking that rank. I have no sneaky way of attacking that rank. So the best I can hope for is reclaim. And I can't apply that to myself. So let's do... Endure? No, Endure does the same story. So I do not want to suffer stress. What are we looking at? 2 damage around? I'm going to switch positions because it's a costless action. Yeah, this shadow is causing me a lot of trouble. Yep. This is going to hurt.
Ringing ears.
That
Blurred vision.
was not as bad as it
The
could have
end
been.
approaches.
Unfortunately, getting discombobulated is pretty devastating, so we will do the damage we can.
Their
Nice.
cursed champion falls.
Fortunately, I can't exsanguinate, but I can move up. The foreman's probably going to be a challenge. Over post, okay. So we'll start with an exsanguinate. I'm not quite ready to do the finale. That's a level of boldness a little bit further than I want to go. I'm going to take the cowardly move and move back one, and this is just because the hew is going to do the Lord's work. Or it's not. Okay, so I don't need to worry about him next round. Do I want to try and take out the foreman, or do I want to try and take out the farmhand? I do 5 to 10 damage. Improvement towards marked. Let's try the farmhand. Not even close.
Behold.
Adversity has dissolved my moral psyche and opened my skull to the light. Burden must be borne by all. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. I'm going to go for a really risky move here and exsanguinate the farmhand. Ouch. Chop. Nice.
Destroyed.
Okay, not a lot for me to do here, so let's just get the farmhand. Marked, okay. They're taking 2 damage, they've got 3. In this case, I mean, this is just too strong of an attack to... Well, maybe it would have been better to take out the farmhand.
Unforeseen.
Thing is, I'm going to be able to do a hew on him next, so... Okay, I'm fine with him not responding, so... I kind of wanted Kaya LB to be the one who took out the crystalline aberration, but in this case I'll do... It's got to be the chop because I don't want them to hit the farmhand. Oh, okay. Anyways, whoever kills this thing gets healed by it, so... Oh, he doesn't have exsanguinate.
And now the true test.
Crap.
Hold fast.
See only
or
swirling
expire.
blackness. Okay, well I gotta get rid of the anti-venom.
Be gone.
Wow. I needed more out of that for sure. Fortunately he's not bleeding, so and this guy's gonna die, so. Oh Jesus Christ. Alright, I don't have a lot of hope for this flagellant getting through to the end. Let's do a harvest because that'll get some bleed on the horse. I am going to beat the crap out of you. That's 4 damage. He's got 1. Paw the ground is going to make him invisible, unfortunately. This, of course, could be a fatality on the flagellant, so my musketeer is going to be the healer in that case. Really only one choice here. We'll do the chop on the front row.
Decimated.
Ah!
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Okay, that's quite alright. Return to the hamlet. I guess we don't have any other options of continuing. Dio has gained a natural eye, having stared into the abyss. Cameruni is irrepressible, and Colliar is deadly.
Women and men, soldiers and outlaws, fools and corpses. All will find their way to us now that the road is clear.
Word of our predicament has spread, and a new crop of aspiring corpses step from the stagecoach. They heard about Johnny Big Time. Sharp had a night on the town has recovered 70 stress. Casual Nothing has engaged in flagellation and has recovered 100 stress. Ren has returned from their search for holy meaning. Town event a day long awaited, and Gio now has apprentice flagellant level 1. We're obviously short on money again, but let's see what we've got. Okay, so we need a Hundmaster for sure. Or do I? Let me just double check that. So we've already sorted by class. Yes, 1 Hundmaster.
A lawman and his faithful beast. A bond forged by battle and bloodshed.
Okay, we've got Jesters. I think we have only 1 bounty hunter right now. I'm just gonna empty the roster so it makes it easier. I only have space for 1 more right now, so anybody else I bring in I might potentially kick out. Okay, 2 lepers, shield maiden, 2 hellions, 1 crusader, 1 abomination, 2 flagellants, 1 man-at-arm, 1 bounty hunter, 2 highwaymen, 1 occultist, 1 vestal. Right, I'm gonna want another vestal at some point. 1 houndmaster, 2 grave robbers, 2 jesters, 1 witch doctor, 2 musketeers, 1 arbalist, and a partridge in a pear tree. So... I could bring a bounty hunter, I could bring a man-at-arms, I could bring a shield breaker, I could bring any of this stuff. None of them are a higher level, and as soon as I find a Vestal, I'm going to trade out for them. So I think I'm going to ignore this for now. Okay, who is freaking out? Gio. Go beat the crap out of yourself. Collier, are you stressed out enough yet? They're a bad healer, of course they are. I feel like I can bring them on another adventure. Okay, so if I'm feeling bold, I can try and go take out a Miller, but obviously that is not for level 1 characters. The thing from the stars roams here this week. You might encounter it. I have a lot of boss fights available if I feel particularly... Okay, so there's the Hag. And there's possibilities with the Hag, I think. So if I want to take out the Hag, we'd bring a Hellion. Maybe try Ego. I do need to get the Vestal leveled up. Ren is level 2, so I could send him to the ruins. 4,500 explore. There is an argument for me to do the ruins here and level up the Vestal. Because they will be rather helpful on some of these fights. I think I am going to go for one boss though, so put Sharp in a position 4. Who would be a good position 3 though? Sin might do the job here actually. Tall Woman Alive might also be useful because the battlefield medicine. I think I'm going to bring Sin on this one. So, before we go any further, seeing as this is going to be a boss fight, I'm willing to spend money on upgrades. No, I'm not. Not that much. God, I might wind up losing people on this then. We're going for it though. This is too good to pass up, so let's just make sure everybody's kitted out. Although, yep, I can work with that. The Mercurial Salve though does not make much sense. Plus 75 debuff resist if they have the Crimson Curse. They don't, so that's... extra damage if the torch is above 50. Bonuses towards stress, though. I don't know, this is a pretty good one. I just make sure I'll have enough light. And then this helps with their bleed skills, but I don't think they have that much as far as bleed skill. I also don't think there's much of an alternative, though. Exactly 0 of their skills cause bleed. So, quite literally anything that I could put on my Hellion will be better. Extra damage, lower dodge. Extra protection. Better stuns, except I don't have... Yeah, there's like nothing good that I can really give them. Oh no, damage stone. Lower dodge, but yeah, let's go for it. Okay, let's see if this is worth it. Oh, I don't need that many. 2 should be enough. I'm investing quite a bit on this one, but obviously I want the torch to be up. This will give me means of healing before the boss, and I need to start remembering to use stuff like bandages and anti-venom a little bit more. So, not great, but I'm comfortable making these investments. We also have a really good scouting
The
level.
knowledge
So.
of horticulturalism and its role in various arcane practices impressed me greatly. My licentious impulse gave way to a genuine professional respect, and together we began to plant, harvest, and brew.
All right, we always know
There is method in the wild corruption here. It bears a form both wretched and malevolent.
We always know the level is finished loading whenever the screen goes a little wonky. I think what I'm going to do... Normally I'd kind of trace a big circuit around the level. In this case, I'm actually going to try and go into the middle. And this is just because of my high scouting chance. This is going to increase the coverage. Okay, I'm already feeling like I didn't bring enough shovels.
Victim to the spreading corruption. Malformed with misintent.
What? There's 3 shovel events. I'm not going to take advantage of the shallow grave. That's... I have never seen 2 blockages in one hallway before. Came from nothing, but I'll not end with nothing. I think Sin is my best trap disarmer. Yeah, 80%. They have a knack for it. Okay, no indication about what waits for me, so I suspect the most likely case is that the hag is like somewhere over here or in this spot. We will take on the one battle here just so that I can see a little bit more about what's going on. There was really no reason for me letting the torch run down like that, but I paid a little bit in terms of stress. Okay, flashing daggers because I want to get rid of the ectoplasm first. I don't feel great about doing that, but the bleed will finish the job, so... Nice.
Estimated.
Hellion probably won't take him out, but... Okay, I can shut up now.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and
Deeds,
insidious
scriven
killer.
records of land grants and generate... Oh, no, we've had this before. I just don't remember them being purple. Sack's contents are yours.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
Cool. Okay, well this tells us everything we need to know. Unfortunately, there's an obstacle which is going to give us a penalty. Damn it. Okay, good luck. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be going for whatever simple curios I can find, and the secret door is nice as well. There's an outside chance that some of these curios will wind up giving me a shovel. I've got nothing to open with this. Someone left behind quite a stash. Just money. Okay. It's easier if you squint. So unfortunately, there's very little we can do about it. I think all that we'll do is, before going to the hag, yeah, we will...
The way is lit. The path is clear. We require only the strength.
So before going to the hag, we will dig our way through the brush. Unless we find a torch in this curio, obviously that's a possibility. We'll dig our way through, and then we'll use the food to heal up before the boss. But in fairness, this has been a pretty gentle dungeon, so I don't think we can complain too loudly about the hand we've been dealt here. I do think it's ridiculous, though, that we had 2 blockages in the first room. Okay, maybe there's a shovel? Nope. So...
Without
oh,
tools
that's
of
like
iron,
nothing.
You must rely on flesh and indefatigable
I'm not even gonna heal that.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Okay, so obviously there's bonuses to...
Twisted and maniacal. A slathering testament to the powers of corruption.
What's their blight resist? Not as good. I think we'll just go for a good old-fashioned thrown dagger. Damn it, Sin. Ooh, that is somebody I'd rather not have gone into the pot.
A dizzying blow to body and brain.
So I gotta prioritize the damage, like where we're directing the damage, so... It might actually make sense if I just focus down the hag, because the person in the pot's taking quite a bit of damage, and we just do such an insane amount. Nice. Oh, damn it. Okay. This is gonna, like, wreck my entire... No way! Oh, thank God. Okay. I think Iron Swan's a first position move, so I'm gonna be spending like my whole time dancing around here. Sin's gotta do some damage. This was such a mistake for me to do. So it sucks that Sin's in this position, but in this case we're just gonna do maximum damage to the hag in this case. Breakthrough's a forward move on this, so that's just a more effective way to get them in the position that they need to be. Okay, with a couple of good rolls, we'll be able to do this without a casualty. Damage for 3 rounds. Sin is at death's door. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. They're going to try and take... Oof. That's somebody who's really good at dealing with... Okay, so obviously Sin needs a heal.
If only to bleed again.
Oh, damn it, no, because I made...
Life ebbs. Terrible vistas of emptiness.
I messed that up. So... I think they're going to get more than they bargained for putting the flagellant in the pot. Okay, we're going to switch this position around. Again, I screwed this up because I've been wasting so much time moving my people around. But now that I've got the Iron Swan in the front row, we're going to be able to do some very, very heavy damage. As long as they don't get to Death's Door, I'm okay.
The wood is still poisoned. The way is still blocked. But less people will be eaten.
Okay, Debuff Charm, Sunstone, Stunstone, and Blueprint. So that was a really sloppy, take on the fight, but we got what we needed. So let's take a minute here. We'll do some
Circle in the dark.
firewood.
The battle may
We'll
yet be
feast.
won.
Okay, can I protect from ambush? Okay, let's pilfer. Thanks.
A momentary abatement.
Marching plan. I can do some encouragement, but I have a feeling. Well, you know what? The flagellant. And I'll do the pep talk just to avoid. So we may not actually wind up getting anything out of this, but
The light, the promise of safety.
so let's see what I can find. One of the challenges is that most of the stuff that I can pick up potentially gives my characters diseases, which is a costly thing to run into. So this is okay because we have a shovel now. Looks like grave digging pays off
Wealth beyond
sometimes.
measure.
Okay, deeds are really helpful.
Awarded to the
Obviously,
brave
1,000
and the
gold's
foolhardy alike.
not too shabby either. So again, I'm not going to go too crazy on this, but being able to just run around and get a little bit of extra money, and in the worst case scenario, just return to the hamlet if things get a little too intense. Okay, so there's a trap. I just want to see who's the most disease resistant. So we've got 45, 30, 40, 30. So looks like Sharp is going to be... Nice. 45 are not exactly the... Like, if I told you, you might get syphilis, 45% chance, I'm pretty sure you would not take that bet. Fortunately, this is a video game, and these people don't get any say. Alright, this should be straightforward to deal with. I think the dagger makes the most sense. Breakthrough is... Oh, that's right, I can't break through because I'm not...
Destroyed.
not far enough. Ooh, they probably will bring up a new guy. Yup.
Eradicated.
Okay, I'm lucky they take two positions. So this started off as an easy fight and turned into something a little nastier. have no idea how such creatures bleed, but I'm not gonna... I'm not gonna question it.
Has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered.
Sorry, I just got a
virtue.
message from someone. It's like poking a hole in an inflatable pool. That would actually be a really fun animation if you started seeing it leak. Okay. The torches are kind of worth something. Not a ton, but... Okay, this might hurt. The giant's no joke. Flashing daggers seems to be a nice way to deal with the crone. Vulnerability is gonna be even worse. So we're gonna inflict our bleed on the back row. Again, if we feel like we're in a bad situation, we can run.
Press disadvantage.
I love Iron
Give them
Swan
no
so much. Every time he does not try and whack us with a tree branch is a good day. I still think the bleed is worth it here. Okay, no surprise that they're trying to stress us out. What's this thing stun resist? Its stun resist is pretty high, so I think it's better just to whack him in the face.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Ow. The guy who got me into Darkest Dungeon just sent me a photo, and I have no idea why. Nick, are you watching the stream right now? I'm very confused by what you just sent me. It may also be because I'm looking at it on my phone, but... okay, again, I should be attending to my cast, not to my... not to my public. Okay, armor piercing, they don't have prot, so thrown dagger it is. Hopefully this bleeds. Nope. The one person I want to take like a ton of damage. Same story as before, we just whack as much as we can until the thing is down. That's some nice poison dodging soon.
Cursed
Alright.
champion falls.
I am quite okay with how
This
that went.
expedition at least promises success.
No effect. Fair enough. I think I can live without the medicinal herbs. No point in risking it. So some stress, obviously, but we're up about 11, almost 1,200. I mean, minus the cost of the expedition itself, but we've got a ton of deeds, which is nice. So 15 deeds plus the ones we got from the quest rewards, and we got something fancy for my flagellant. Holy smokes! 10% death blow resist, 20% dodge at death's door, and plus 20% damage if stress is above 85. Ego Akaran is getting that for sure. So Sharp, still level 4, now Clumsy. Sin has become Curious. Musical Inspiring Tune, plus 25% stress heal received, replaced Hard Noggin, and Ego Akaran now has Eagle Eye, bonus to range skills, and is replaced Unyielding. Unfortunately, I've not locked in any of the abilities.
The town is alive with wild merriment and desperate jubilation.
All treatment facilities are free. The town is alight with a spirit of goodwill and revelry, but this life-affirming attitude is not predicted to last long. Okay. Nice. So... Mr. Fuller, Mrs. Fuller, will not take part in, not allowed to visit the brothel. Okay, well, I'm going to torment them by putting them beside the brothel. Ego doesn't exactly need it, but this is just one of these cases where obviously being able to, you know, being able to heal all this stress is something I want. Oh, I did this wrong. Well, that's fine, because I didn't pay for it. Sin, Sin, you need to get laid. And Collier. Gonna let you gamble. Cool Eagle will only meditate. Cam Rooney probably would have been better as a gambler, but I think at this point I should probably be figuring out what my group's gonna look like. So, let's do They Can Be Killed, They Can Be Beaten, complete 100% of room battles in a medium. This is gonna be a bit challenging. Well, the alternative would be 3,000 in portrait. Well, damn it. So I want to actually get the Necromancer up by exploring through the ruins. The thing that from the stars roams here this week, we might encounter it. So that puts an extra... I think actually Explore 90% is a slightly safer option with a better reward. So with that in mind, again, we definitely... So one of the aims here is to try and get the Vestal up to the level I need them. Kaya will... You're close. Plagus? I know I did wrong by you the last time, so... And actually, let's just flip that around. And I need a good position 3, so Kite would be good for that. Camerooni would be good. Actually, you know what? Camerooni is going to be able to heal the stress that comes out of that. So this is a nice, tidy little group that will probably crest over to their next levels. Okay. Happiness. And now I will just find out the rest of the people who need stress healing. Kite, Cecilia, and Frankenvinder. So Kite... doesn't drink. Kite can pray. Cecilia... It's a germaphobe, so I'll send them to the brothel. Oh, never mind. And Frankenvinder can beat the crap out of himself. Okay, I'm not ridiculously rich, but... Ooh, wrong one. Might as well make sure that we are well equipped. And I'm going to do some select improvements. So for instance, Divine Grace, Divine Comfort are obvious. Actually, you know what? So is Judgment. Okay, I am going to upgrade Ren because they're so important. Battle Ballad for sure. And I tend to use Harvest quite a bit. Kaya's got exactly where I want them. And Plagas... God, I love Iron Swan so much. It's only 250, so... I've definitely left myself a bit light. And we've got Mowbray and Sauvigny, so... This is the better set of skills that I want, so now we've got a second Vestal.
Battle, pious and unrelenting.
Okay, that was actually a fairly decent little run. Or, like, in the town, that is. Okay, so the question is, how much do I want to provision for this? It's going to be 100% of room... Wait a minute, did I say I wanted to do this one? What was the trade-off? So I spend... I get a lot of money, I get the crests, I get less... No, we were definitely going to the Cove, because I get the portraits, and it's explore 90% of rooms. So for this one, I have to bring the shovels, have to bring food, we'll always go up to 12 for that one. There is a question as to whether or not I want to worry about the torch. I'll bring 8, but I'm no more. Yeah, it was the Cove. I just lost my mind. Depending how long this takes, this may be the last run of the night, but...
The smell of rotting fish is almost unbearable.
I do enjoy this game, so as is always the case, I leave myself the option open to go longer. All right, so this is a decent little start to the run. We've got empty rooms and manageable obstacles.
Could staunch the flow of
I don't know if I have anybody who's good at traps. Cam Rooney, you might be the one to... Yep, Cam Rooney, impress us. Well, good work. You even got to do it while you were a little stressed. Okay, so we got 2 battles, one after another, but we're starting with 3 empty rooms, which is not a bad way to go. And the sack is poisoned!
Packs laden
Happy with
loot
busts?
are often low on supplies.
Alright, let's see what we're up against.
A shot of alien malignity.
The thing is murderous and unforgiving, but carries treasures that can't be found anywhere else. Additionally, those who survive its terrible onslaught may even earn unique quirks. Remember, retreat is always a valid option. Never! Let's just get the buffs up.
The blood quickens.
How is this thing on stun? So the question is, do I do the Dazzling Light or do I do the Judgment? In this case, I'll do the Dazzling Light. It may not work, but like it's worth the attempt. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is the same as the farm, so we'll try and make him bleed if we can. Do I still want to try the Dazzling Light? I think... I mean, they only took 3 damage, so... And it does give me more torch. So this is going to be a case where I use the Hue.
Begone, fiend.
Alright, they're serious. Vestal now has a job. Assuming this thing doesn't heal my Hellion. Okay, as before, we're just going to try and bleed the guy out.
Such a terrible assault.
That's not
will
good.
Be left unanswered.
This is the problem. Kai LB moves first. The thing is, I gotta do the Hue because if the crystalline aberration stays around, I believe it explodes.
To the pit.
It's tempting to do if it bleeds. Oh, actually, yeah, his bleed is really weak, and that's actually a fairly decent ability. So as always, we're gonna do the Hue. It sucks because there's somebody else who needs healing, but we can make up the healing at a later time. Sky Taint. And for some reason I didn't equip this person with the Inspiring Tune, so one of the plans that I had for dealing with this dungeon actually isn't something I can do. 9? I mean... Oh, their damage is 2 to 3. What? That doesn't make sense. 2 to 3 damage? 7 to 14 weapon plus skill. I'm so upset. The hell is this guy? Oh, 80% protection.
A killing blow.
I might have made the wrong call trying to free up the Hellion for the... Nice.
Destroyed and sundered. Its
Okay, and we
particles
didn't get
scattered to
the...
wind.
Sorry, I thought that was for... No, that's not the antidote. I wasn't thinking straight. Okay, well, that was bracing. Bright Tambourine. Congratulations. Okay, well, we know what the Vestal's doing. In fairness, that was not the worst, that was not the worst encounter we could have run into, so... The one regret I do have about it is we took a lot of stress damage on this. Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Perched at the very precipice. of
Okay, so they're now going to
oblivion.
be a little bit less effective in combat. And there's, of course, the risk that they move before my Vestal does. Oh, this could be it. Okay. Oh my god, you...
A victory. Perhaps the turning point.
So they're definitely dead next round. So we will do an Iron Swan on the back row, hoping that the Vestal will trigger before the Ruffian. Nice. So we got a free heal.
Sedated.
That went better than expected. They just don't make unknowable horrors like they used
This
to.
expedition at least promises success.
Something like that. I'm really curious about this photo that my friend just sent me. I feel stupid. It's possible they will get stress healed from this. Nope, it's a bonus. Okay. All right, a soothing coral. Hi. Hopefully this is an opportunity for more healing. It's also ridiculous amounts of stress damage. But figure we can at least start bleeding him for it.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
Of course they... yeah. Selfish.
Self-preservation is paramount at any cost.
Alright, well, we're good. Oh, shut up. Alright, that bleed's not great, but... they're at... okay, 7 health we can... oh, perfect amount. Alright, better than last time then. Come on, folks. Yes.
Continue the onslaught.
I can live with this. 4 damage around, they're done, so now we can focus on the Brawler, who gets chopped.
Annihilated. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
I'm really neurotic about making the most of my uses, so I do not like triggering the... I don't like triggering the torches until I'm actually properly below 75. Now, do I have a shovel? Yes, I do. Okay, so obviously this is a treasure room. I want to take advantage of that.
Another mariner, another misfortune.
Camrooney? Hey, you found booty.
A fortune waiting to be spent.
Alright, let's see what we're up against. This is always a tricky combo, but I think if we can get an Iron Swan off, we're in good shape. Okay, yeah, Jelly's down, so I'm actually going to take a minute and we'll see if we can stun the Pelagic Guardian just to avoid that shield going up. Nice. So the Iron Swan should carry the day on the Shaman. Ooh, that's not as good. I should stop assuming that that's just like a miracle ability. It does damage like anything else. Anyways, as long as we can get a second one of those off before the shield comes down, we're in good shape. RNG has been kind so far, so let's say we do a judgment. Nice.
Surges as the enemy crumbles.
So that frees up my front row to do some terrible things to the Guardian. Not quite enough, but hopefully the Hellion... oh, come on! Alright, well this is a done deal, obviously. Normally I wouldn't do the Slice Off, but that will damage the Pelagic Guardian, so... and that's 3 damage around, not quite enough to finish it, but... yeah, so the next one just bleeds out and we're done.
Maintain the offensive.
Or we do the job ourselves.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
I could have maybe tried and be a little cheesier and like drawn it out by one more round so I could get like a group heal off, but honestly like 2 damage a piece, or 2 damage, 3 damage, that's not the end of the world. Alright, well that treasure was worth it. So this is just a straight up battle. Let's see what's over to the side here. Maybe at the end we'll do like one final battle for the sake of it. Or actually no, I guess there's nothing really that drops off of a battle like that. I don't normally like asking questions like this, but out of curiosity, does anybody who play Darkest Dungeon know if there's any inherent advantage to taking on a battle? Or is it just the fact that battles occur in rooms which have treasure that you would want to do it? Because I have the impression that
gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in
there's no
blood.
benefit to just fighting on its own. It's the fact that you're fighting for something that does it. I'm curious though. This is definitely one of these points where if somebody knows better, I'd love to know, because I don't think it's articulated in the game. Sweet. But it's the fact that there's a higher chance of a crit that makes that good. That's the part I keep forgetting. Okay. So Plagas, essentially what I mean, so like right now, let's say that there was one more room for me to finish this mission on, and I only wanted to explore 90% of the rooms. Right now, I'm in a room battle with a Curio, and obviously the advantage to going to this room is that I'm able to, potentially get some loot from the Curio. I'm just trying to think, is there any reason why, if I could only pick one room, why I might want to go to the battle instead of the Curio? Because I don't believe a battle on its own will give me anything. It gives me a chance of dying, and it gives me a room that I explore. But it seems to me that a room with a Curio or a room with treasure strictly dominates just a battle room. Or am I mistaken in thinking that? Correct. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So I don't think a judgment's going to be enough to seal the deal, so let's just see. This essentially just buys me a little time. Yeah. Yeah, so it was mostly like basically the idea is that I'm trying to work out what my final path in this dungeon is going to be, and so if I've got like max health, if I would want to go and do a pure battle room, having completed the explore 90% of rooms. And so far as I can tell, there's really no advantage to doing so, because all it does is gives me more stress and possibly a dead hero. Oh, you know what? They can't Iron Swan. But they can break through. Oh! I just debuffed myself for no reason.
Ghoulish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
Wait, you didn't quite listen fully. You were talking about decision between two rooms to finish the quest or post-quest battle consideration. Well, like, I suppose they're the same for me here, but like, okay, so I'll put it to you this way. Like, obviously there's a Curio here. So like the original decision that I was faced with was, do I go to this Curio battle or do I go to this battle here? And there's tons of reasons to say that this Curio battle would be better. Now let's say, okay, I explore 90% of rooms. Let's say that this is an empty room here. I can see an argument being made to look at this Curio and potentially pick up some loot inside here. But to my understanding, there's no actual benefit from taking this battle. Or am I mistaken and there's some kind of like, there's a potential for like a drop or there's extra experience or something like that? Am I wrong in thinking that there's no advantage for me pursuing this battle beyond the fact that I can explore this Curio, or is there actually a reason why I might want to engage that?
Curious is the trap maker's art, his efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes.
Do you get loot from battles though? I always thought you got loot from the Curios. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like taking the battle itself doesn't actually seem to give me any advantage other than like bragging rights. You do get loot from battles, okay. It's like one of these things that happens in every battle, but I've sort of internalized it to this point, so I I actually don't know. That's why I asked, so. No worries. Well, I mean, obviously I didn't want to...
Wealth beyond
Oh.
measure. Awarded to the brave and the
Obviously I
foolhardy
didn't
alike.
want to, Obviously I didn't want to just outright say, hey, I'm streaming, come watch. But no worries. You're not actually in the... You're not actually on the screen at the moment, but you did very well in your last run. So hell, if you're positive you're going to land a killing blow, you recommend dousing your torch before finishing the enemy off for the bonus loot. Yeah. So I was going to run it down here, I suppose. Oh, god damn it.
And now, the darkness holds dominion. Black as death.
I realize this is premature, but this is just exciting. Oh, I know what you meant. This is just me going. This is just me going full cocky. I mean, Plagas, there's a lady here. Eyes of Sin. Does this make you feel more attracted to me? Nope. Turn it off. Turn it off. Cool. Crests.
Success so clearly.
I really needed more of those in my
Or
life.
is it merely a trick of the light?
All right.
Despite its morbid aspect, this twisted, cavernous maze seems almost traversable.
How are you doing, the Eyes of Sin? So, I got to send the Eyes of Sin a little bit of music before I started streaming tonight. This is actually technically was going to be the last one, but I'm very happy to see Sin. So maybe I'll add another one to the night because that was a good round. So, do you want to say what you listened to and if you enjoyed it? I can mention it too, but it gives you a chance to do show and tell. For those of you who don't know, the Eyes of Sin runs a... Well, so her current profession is an artist. For those of you who are subs, depending on your sub level, you get the... Camerooni says, oh, bugger, you need to run off for lunch. Keep me sane. It's been awesome watching this morning. Great to see you again, Camerooni. Thank you very much. I would have been ending at this time anyway, so you're not really missing out on anything anyways. But thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you for lending your name to a talented jester. And we'll see you next time. But anyways, for those of you that don't know, the Eyes of Sin has done my emotes, and I am incredibly happy with them, especially because my favorite ones are in fact the ones that she came up with completely on her own without any real guidance, which again, it's just one of these things where I have no idea how she does it, but I'm incredibly happy that she does. And Valken, of course, is always going to take the opportunity to share the other wonderful work that she's done for Octavian, who is clearly a much better and much larger streamer than me. There is her Tumblr. I've actually saw a little bit more work that she's done, which has always excited me to sort of see her do this, work. Overall, she's just a heck of a gal. If you do need emote work, I actually don't know if she's taking commissions at the moment, but I can definitely vouch for her professionalism and her talent. And if you just wanted some nice pictures to look at, you can follow that Tumblr as well. Better, debatable, different. Yeah. Well, Octave, I do not say that with any malice or any grudging. Like, it is, Octavian is definitely somebody that I feel like I could learn a lot from in terms of being a good broadcaster. I'm certainly not going to be, there's a famous story, George Gershwin, who basically is like the soundtrack to New York, met the composer Ravel and wanted basically music lessons from him. And Ravel said, "Why would you want to be a second-rate Ravel when you can be a first-rate Gershwin?" I fully accept that I am my own thing, but I definitely think there's something to be said for learning from people who definitely can do who do something different and definitely have met with a different level of success. And I think Octavian is definitely somebody who any streamer would do very well to learn from. So he doesn't have the same lovely maple fragrance as you. I have not had the pleasure of meeting the man in person, but Eyes of Sin can verify one way or the other. What else was I going to say? So, Eyes of Sin shared the music. So I sent her Is Your Love Strong Enough? For those of you who have watched the old, I think it's an 80s movie. It's a Ridley Scott film called Legend. Tim Curry plays Darkness in just this absolutely insane, like, Satan costume. It's hard to say that it is a particularly good movie. I would have expected, like, Ridley Scott going full fantasy would have been a better movie than I think it really is. But it's not a, like, I kind of feel like it's one of these things one should see to say that they've seen it. But I happen to know that Sin quite likes music in that style. So I, for instance, really like New Order. So I shared True Faith by New Order, which I know she quite liked. So I decided to send Is Your Love Strong Enough from the soundtrack for Legend. But there's also, in my opinion, there's a rather good cover of it by the band How to Destroy Angels for the soundtrack to The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo. Girl with a Dragon Tattoo was perfectly passable. I was not upset that I bought a ticket, but I really don't remember that much of the movie, and generally I think that just means that I didn't see a particularly great film. I think David Fincher's done better, but maybe I just didn't. Maybe I should watch it again before I speak that too loudly. Anyways, she definitely preferred the earlier one, so now I can calibrate my tastes accordingly and try and find some more style. But with that in mind, this is my sneaky way of saying, for those of you who do like that style of music, or maybe for those of you who like Legend, if you have some tunes that you can recommend for the Eyes of Sin, I know she's looking for music, and now you have a little bit of an idea of what her tastes are. Okay, so 7,000 gold, some portraits, some deeds, some levels, and some disease. So Plagas and Kaya LB. Kaya wound up with rabies, and Plagas wound up with, like, the sky something or other.
I see something long absent in the sunken faces of passers-by. A glimmer of hope.
Sin brought more out of a night of debauchery than memories only. New disease, syphilis. Sin engaged in pleasures of the flesh and recovered 81 stress. Collier doesn't know when to bet and when to fold. New quirk, bad gambler. Collier has gambled and recovered 69 stress. I feel like this should be switched around. Sharp had a night on the town and recovered 70 stress. JFC Fuller has sworn off liquor after a particularly bad night of drinking. New quirk, resolution, replaced bloodthirsty. JFC Fuller had a night on the town and recovered 70 stress. Frankenvinder recovered 100 stress despite the fact they had like 10. Yeah, so I feel like Cool Eagle has achieved a state of emptiness and refuses to stop meditating. And Mershel has found meditation to be a perfect fit. New quirk, meditator. Alright, I feel like I got more negatives than I got recovery. Okay. We are going to cure disease based on levels, and so Plagas is clearly going to be getting treatment for other things. So Kaya, let's get rid of the rabies. Sin, have a shot of penicillin. Okay, for Plagas, I think I'm just going to throw them in the cheapest stress reduction I can find. Camerooni, Plutomania, Resolution, Nightblind. Okay, Camerooni, please don't lose tons of money. Ren, God-fearing. Okay. Cool. Okay. Oh, do I want to have another experience with the thing from the stars? Let's instead think about... Well, I can go for the Miller. Could also attempt the alluring Siren. Oh, this is a tough call, because I feel like trying to take on the Siren at this time could be... That could, like... Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go reckless on it. I get crests, which is like nothing. Okay, let's just take a look at some of the alternatives I get. Mooncloak, definitely. Okay, so there's actually some pretty good rewards for this. No, but we're gonna go for the Alluring Siren, I think. And Sin, I believe Valken is offering some music to you if you are so inclined, but I know you sometimes like to watch the stream like without being in front of the keyboard or anything like that. So Valken, if you have some tunes that you would like to recommend to the Eyes of Sin, I will gladly read them out over voice to facilitate that exchange if you have anything in mind. What am I waiting on this? Right, I need to figure out who I'm sending. So Sharp seems like a pretty obvious position for. So my usual setup of like, oh, you know what? I'm going to turn these into like level 5 monsters. Yeah, so the fact that I don't have Sin in the group actually is a slight defect. And Cool Eagle hasn't recovered. So the two songs that I've sent most recently that she enjoyed were True Faith from New Order. I realized that is actually a 90s song. And she recently heard and enjoyed Is Your Love Strong Enough? It wasn't... I know Tangerine Dream did the actual Legend soundtrack, but not the... they didn't do that particular... I can never remember the guy who did that particular song. I'm just trying to think of any of the other ones that I've subjected her to recently. Sorry guys, I'm just taking a look at my phone right now to see if I can narrow it down, but it's been a while since I've given her some... Today was the first time I've given her some music. Recently. Come on, where are you, New Order? Did I delete? No, that doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, I should just send her a bunch of New Order. Anyways, yeah, I don't want to make too much of a... I don't want to make too big of a deal on this, but if any of you do happen to have some recommendations, feel free to bring them up. if memory serves, so like the whole thing about the siren is that they charm people. So I don't want someone with like a top level. Okay, actually no. With that in mind, definitely Ego Karen, casual nothing, sharp, and it's a position 3 I need to sort out. So Mojo Storm seems like a good choice. Mojo Storm or Cecilia if I want like a replacement Sin. Maybe an Occultist? Occultist actually seems like a really interesting choice here, because that's a more formal healer. Sacrificial stab. It's a risky one, but I can actually see this working. Okay. Oh, I don't have like any money to upgrade this crew. I gotta... Oh, Christ almighty. Yeah, Frankenvinder is not equipped for this. Alright, it's gonna get exciting. You don't know, you're not sure, you have a wide variety of tastes, but you're usually not a fan of modern stuff. Oh, all of these wonderful things I was gonna let you hear have vanished. Holy crap. Wow. I don't feel comfortable doing this at all, so I think I'm gonna try and sell some of my surplus. So oh, it's shift to sell try. I didn't need to go out of that. Okay. It's a lot of satchels. This is the sort of thing I wouldn't normally want to get rid of, but okay, that's a little more reasonable. And this will go entirely to provisions. So 3 shovels because we got screwed by that last time. Might be a little much in terms of the bandages, but yeah, we're working with this.
In financial desperation, I struck a bargain with the ancient things that surfaced in search of sacrifice when the moon was right. Their price was the delivery of an obscure idol, and one other item of more troubling portent. The pact struck. My newfound accomplices slipped silently beneath the brackish water. A fearful stirring at the edge of the torchlight betrayed a familiar witness, and gifted me with malign inspiration. I always wondered what became of the unfortunate little waif.
So one of the reasonings behind bringing Ego Karen in on this expedition... Oh, crap. I was meaning to upgrade Frankenvinder's ability as well. They're going to be useless on this run. But I'll live with it. The coral is soothing to the mind.
Cruel machinations spring to life with a singular purpose.
This is gonna sting. I think in this case I'm going to do Called Shot, just for the extra damage. Now these are Eldritch, so you suck. Good lord. Bleed seems to be the way to go on this guy. Okay, we might be out of our depth here. The problem is I'm giving these guys free reign. That's a stupid thing to do. So I think Abyssal Artillery on the part of the Occultist is the answer there. That's gotta be a stun. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not doing a ton of damage for the effort that I put into that, so... Nice, okay. We're starting to see some returns on this. Okay, actually we're doing mighty fine here, so now's the time to start cashing in on the...
Their formation is broken.
Nope.
Maintain the offensive.
Never mind.
Another mariner, another misfortune.
It's going to be really interesting to see how things go when we get to the Siren. I feel okay having Ego Akaran on that run because the abilities that he gets heal him as well as deal the damage, so it's possible if they get taken over by the Siren that it can actually turn out to be beneficial. We're going to do Reynosaurus just to deal with the back row here. I'm going to employ the opposite strategy as last time and basically get rid of the back row, remove everything that's remove everything that's going to do damage while we work down the main guy, and then try and buy ourselves some time with the healing. Thank you for your blood.
Slowly, gently. This is
Okay, so this is one where a mark makes sense because we only have one target. Although they might wind up healing the rest of the team now that I think about it. By the way, do any of you know, like, how many of you here got to see the secret command? I'm trying to remember if anybody here is deliberately trying to keep a secret, or if I lucked out.
the bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
Okay, gold, deed, blood, all good things.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Yes. There's a secret command for the bot. Did you know there's a Johnny Big Time command? I really wish my scouting was better. Because obviously every time I run into a room with a fight, it's a challenge. The problem is bleed is really hard to inflict on... I should have a man crumpet command. Bleed is really hard to inflict on the... Oh god, this is a really tough call. I think I'm going to try and take out the swordsman. Yeah, too late for that.
Impressive.
What was I going to say? Yeah, it winds up being very costly if I run into rooms with fights that don't actually get me anything. So the higher scout obviously gives me an idea as to whether or not I'm pursuing the siren or not.
The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving.
I will hit them one way or the other. In this case... No, healing is better.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
How bold do I feel? Oh, 15 against Eldritches. I should be trying to heal, but the problem is I don't have any good solutions to protection right now. Ooh. Well, the bleed's doing the work. Okay. It would have been nice to get more healing in, but... Alright, I am already deciding on what I want to sacrifice. That is surprising and dismaying. If I have to, obviously dropping the citrine in favor of the onyx is the right call. The question is, can I afford to lose something like food? Because if I go for 8, yeah, see... No, in this case I'm going to play it a little bit safer because I don't know how long I'm going to be in this thing. Okay, this will hopefully give me some good information. Okay, so there's a secret. I'm going to want to pursue that anyway, but it is quite possible that the siren is not here. Okay, this should give me some healing opportunities, hopefully. It's less that it will give opportunities for healing so much as it will necessitate healing.
A decisive pummeling. Mortality clarified in a single strike.
Ego's got their work cut out for them. 5 damage, so they're done for. Can't do the abyssal artillery. In this case, I'm gonna risk it. Nice.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
So there's a specific reason I did this. Both healed. Nice. Oh, and I also get my choice, so... Can't slice them open. We can shoot them. Okay, now the question is, how bold am I? I can use abyssal artillery. So the question is, are they going to run... Okay, speed 7, speed 4, so it's more likely that they're going to move ahead. What is Frankenvender's speed? Their speed is 0. It is certain that this person's going to go ahead, so... death is the greatest form of damage mitigation.
Success.
I hate giving up money.
Or is it merely
100
a
gold
trick
is
of
not
the light?
terrible. I mean, there is an argument for me to drop the crests, but the thing is, like, drop the crests for what? I might wind up getting rid of an item sooner than I expect, so... I'm not going to give up my shovel because we know what happened the last time I did that. Okay. Sharp is doing a great job avoiding the bleed.
Glittering gold.
Oh.
Trinkets and walls. Paid for in blood.
Jesus, jute tapestry 4,500. I can also ditch some torches.
As the light gains purchase,
I hate that I did that,
spirits
but...
are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Okay, hopefully this is the side with the siren. Correction, hopefully this is the side with the siren and we know it. Alright. We will take a leap into the dark. I'm really
Curious
bad at
is the
finding
trapmaker's
traps.
art.
The one thing that I haven't
the young
needed so
witnessed by
far,
his own eyes.
to my dismay, has been bandages. But I'm not going to drop them because I am in so much trouble. Okay. So we are going to have to fight our way to the siren. However, we are in a better position to decide when we want to use the camp. We're going to have 3 fights before we make new progress. 50... Obviously, my flagellant is not the happiest person right now. Okay, this is a manageable group, but we're still going to wind up taking some damage out of this. Abyssal artillery would have been better. Nice.
Singular strike.
I love getting the bleed on the big guy right away, but... Wait, did he get bleed from grape shot? Oh, you screwed up now. Alright, so basically we want to stop this guy from being able to take his action. If we pile on the bleed, that's a possibility. Not enough. So we're going to focus on healing up our highwayman, and the bleed will do the rest.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
I hope this doesn't do bleed. Ooh, okay.
Their cursed champion falls.
Holy crap. It's, I mean, there's an argument for, like, getting rid of the blood. I can't do it. Like, this alone, just being able to sell it, is worth so much, but I can't bring myself to do it. Good news is we're in reasonably good shape for these next two battles, so this should give some clarification in terms of what we're up against with the boss. Okay. This also tells me that we're not having a large crap. They are pretty weak to bleed. This is pretty resistant to bleed. This is a tough call. I think I kind of need to bring the hurt on the thrall. You're kidding me. Okay. I was hoping we'd get the thrall with that, but... Open vein doesn't do that much. But, okay. It does enough. So let's regroup. Hopefully we can leave with more health than when we started, but obviously there are some priorities. The ghoul is going to do some pretty terrifying pretty terrifying stress damage on us. So we want to be prepared. If I can get a nice little, rotation of healing, kind of healing and damage, I'll feel good. Okay, 8 damage around a bleed. I'm gonna risk going for a heal over a shot. Okay, looking good. 11 damage, 18 though, so he's gonna get at least one attack. That sucks. So hopefully the occultist gets a crack at him, but...
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Man, I really need those deeds. It pains me to do so, but I'm dropping the blood. Yeah. I was really tempted to ditch the bandages, but I'm hanging on to them just in case. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a struggle, but the good news is because these are all Eldritch, the occultist is going to shine. So we'll do as much bleed as we can on the crab. The occultist... Oh, that's right, he can't because they're both behind that wall. Okay.
A momentary abatement.
Marked might have made sense there because we're going to be running a couple of turns of this, but Jesus. Oh, gee, and they're going to be healing. Yeah, this is actually going to be a very tricky fight at the start. Okay. Let's get... That has really spoiled my my lineup. The one time I would have needed those bandages. Holy smokes. These guys are devastating. I'm still gonna still going to just pile on the bleed on this guy. This is going to be how we get it done, so... Obviously being able to get a... Okay, 8 damage around, that's... astonishing.
Well struck.
I should have done a heal on the highwayman. Prep you. Oh, you know what? It would have been so much better to do
A victory. Perhaps the turning point.
do a long shot. All right, could have been worse. What are these?
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
That's also very good. God, this is such a tough call. It's like 1,500 gold that I just get rid of, or 1,000 here. Yeah. If I need the money, I can sell the Brawler's gloves. This game hates me. Well, I'm glad I didn't get rid of the shovel. Okay, I'm gonna let the torch run a little low just because it's possible we will... Thank God. It's possible that we will make camp. Okay, so we obviously know what's in this last room, so this is a perfect time to... I can go back for extra rounds if I'm feeling particularly ballsy. The jelly's already made its move, so... I'm slightly less concerned about damage this time around because I know that we're going to be camping, but of course camping isn't a license to do whatever I want. Duelist Advance is a really good idea here, so does it give me any advantage against protection? Not really, but it does give me riposte, so... These guys are a slightly higher priority to me than the jelly and the snail at the moment, so... Although apparently not enough for an abyssal artillery. So this might be an opportunity for a little healing. No. Again, just the possibility of it being able to do some damage to me is enough for me to...
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
I feel like getting some extra deeds really is worth it in this case, so we will abandon the bandages against my better judgment. And... It's a tough call, but I think an extra portrait in my particular case is worth the loss of the gold. Okay, so we're going to be going up in a treasure room. It's possible it's a tough fight, but we'll be camping immediately after this. I've had worse fights. We'll be able to get through this. I am going to focus on the back row though because of the healing. there is an argument for me using Grape Shot here. I don't normally like it because I think the damage is a little too diffuse, but man, they really like that Highwayman. This is a perfect time to stop them from getting Death's Door. This is the right call. Okay. Okay, Grape Shot's not going to help me with the problem I have right now, so let's bleed out the human. Oh, I hate you. 8 heal. Christ. Not enough to carry them on. Alright, well, looks like we just got a... Ooh. This is going to be an unexpected... Oh, damn it. Okay.
The ground quakes.
There is a plan behind this. Nice. If that didn't happen, there would even be an argument for me not to camp. Mind you, camping gives me space to deal with the chest. Cool.
Victory.
So we're going to start by making
But
camp.
a victory nonetheless.
Thing is, I might as well take full rations because I'm not going to have enough to make it through anyway. So, Bandit Sense first up. Wound Care on the Flagellant. And... yeah, unparalleled finale. Although, I mean, if they get charmed, that's gonna have consequences. Let's do an encourage. Okay. So yeah, the real worry here is if I get a hunger between here and the siren.
The light, the promise of safety.
Okay. So we've got one fight ahead of us. This will be manageable. Hey, the Cool Eagle, how you doing? It's a little quiet here tonight. It's not, there's obviously people here, but very happy to see you. For those of you who do not know the Cool Eagle, I don't know what you were playing tonight, but Cool Eagle is a massive fan of... Wow!
Sedated.
Well, I see you brought your luck with you. Cool Eagle's a huge fan of Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. He plays it all the time. No, Cool Eagle is somebody who plays a lot of the Paradox games that I enjoy as well. He's a big BattleTech fan. I believe I originally found him, or rather he originally found me, through Surviving Mars, I think it was, but was doing Age of Wonders Planetfall, actually does co-op casts on Age of Wonders Planetfall. This is a brilliant time for me to be able to boost the Highwayman.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit,
Okay.
unless inordinate exsanguination be considered
Let's
a virtue?
drop the torches and bring the gold along. Nope. Let's. So this is. Oh, this is worth 750. It's the Paradox Kegel. They just write you a paycheck at this point. I might get bleed, but who's got my highest bleed resist? Oh yeah, the Flagellant, obviously. All right. So apologies for the shabby.
The aquatic devils have remade the poor girl in their image. She is their queen and their slave.
Okay, this might be a problem. But yeah, apologies for the shabby introduction. The Cool Eagle caught me on sort of one of the last fights of the night. I decided to do one extra, and it's a reasonably powerful character. Like, I don't want to be on their wrong side on this one, but we're going to do what we can to take out the Siren. I think I roughly remember how this fight works. So we can't do a ton of bleed damage, but hopefully over time the effects will... Ooh, this is going to be a problem. Yeah, but you can keep healing yourself. Please continue to do that. I want to do everything I can just to put some hurt on her until he puts the guard up.
The wounds of war can be healed.
My charmed hero is really doing. They're really still on our side. Oh, this is so good. Whew. All right. Press this advantage, give them no quarter. Oh, Ego, please do not screw us. Oh! Ego has been the MVP for like multiple streams. Yeah, I'm just gonna stab her.
Powerful blow. Precision and power.
Just throw everything we possibly can at this gap. That's got to be it.
Seafaring trade, the lifeblood of any port, can resume again now that the routes are safe.
Glorious! Oh, you're kidding me. They're going to make me give up something for a... Okay, Blueprint for the Emerald. Carapace Idol. Oh, Jesus, this is such a good benefit. 850 is enough to pay for that. Cool! That was clearly lucky as all hell, but that was a good run. Vashir coming in with the shade. You played it dozens of hours, but you can't do well. I don't know. I think this is the furthest I've gone. Have you ever played the Crimson Court DLC? Because we just got through the first part of that, and that was good time. All right, so now we've got 3 level 5 heroes that can't go after bosses like that. You know,
Competition fosters skill and confidence.
I Whoa. Idle arbalists and musketeers gain 1 resolve level for the archery tournament. I believe that's... Like, so this'll... If I'm reading this correctly, they're gonna get to level 6 as a result of that? That's astonishing if that's true. But yeah, it says it makes it hard. Like, I was scared off by that warning first. But honestly, Cool Eagle, like, I had the time of my life with that one. It is a challenging DLC for sure, but it is not unreasonably so. Okay, I need to... So what I'm going to do... I think I am going to wrap up for tonight. I'm sorry to do so, but it's 12:30 and I'm almost at the 4-hour mark. If you want to turn your host around, Cool Eagle, for another group, I completely understand. I used to really like doing these super late Darkest Dungeon streams because I'm having a great time with this right now, but it is entirely possible that this weekend I'm going to finish a really cool Cultist Simulator related thing. I am like at the point where I'm sort of banging together the last bits of the analysis, and if I can get like to give you an idea, if I can get a good night's work on this even at like 12:30, I might even finish it tonight. So I kind of told myself that I was going to be more disciplined on finishing, and obviously I've already gone sort of 45 minutes over, which I'm happy to do, but I've imposed a bit of a hard limit. However, I am going to at least get some work on the Hamlet done, and I'm going to actually set up the next quest to make sure that my archers and my musketeers get a new level. So Camerooni recovered 69 stress. Plagas has blacked out and misplaced the Bleedstone. They're no longer selfish. Ren has recovered 86 stress. Cool Eagle has meditated, recovered 70 stress. Sin no longer has syphilis, and Kaya LB no longer has rabies. Okay. So do I want to go after the thing from the stars again? We don't have anybody that we can fight right now. Like no bosses to fight. So the ruins seem to make some good sense. Explore 90% of rooms. This will give me a chance to sort of level up some of my lesser folks. It'd actually be nice to get Plagas cured of whatever ails them. So obviously we're going to... So Vestal first. Let's get a Crusader in as well. Houndmaster is probably good level 3. So my position 2, Bounty Hunter, would not be a bad choice for this, I don't think. Alright, I am reasonably happy with that setup. Let's see if there's anything I can do at the guild. Okay, I can get to level 5 in the Instructor Mastery. Can I do that in the Blacksmith? I can, so we can upgrade... Oh, well, I do like more shooty.
Fan the flames, mold the metal. We are raising an army.
We need 44 deeds. We're going to be waiting a while on that. Even crests were finally down to a more meaningful level, so... it's tempting to put up some levels in Furnace, but I'm not quite ready to do that. Plagas, let's get rid of the Sky Taint. While we're at it, let's get... I don't get what the deal is with the little badge. Wow, that's expensive. So obviously I can't send Sharp on the... mission. Let's see if Kaya LB... Let's see if there's anything cheaper at the tavern. Not really, but we can at least get him drunk. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that. We've already spent like five grand. Okay, now the people who are going to be going on the quest. I don't think the Vestal can do anything because they're level 0. Same with the Houndmaster. Kite, yeah, you can get some new. Yeah, this is a pretty low cost little batch to do. So, uppercut, flashback. I mean, these are all nice, but I think I'm going to keep the defaults, and we might as well go down the path. So, obviously, it would be nice if I could get some extra levels on the. On like my main characters and all of that, but we are still a little strapped for cash. So in this particular case, we're going to go for some nice low-level missions. There is a reasonable argument to be made for the more involved ones. Yeah, so the Ruins is a good call because it's 90% of rooms. It's 4,500. It gets me deeds, which I need. Well, I kind of need all of them. But yeah, this hits all the buttons, or we can just go straight to the darkest dungeon. No, but we'll prevent. Now again, I'm provisioning, but I'm not actually doing the run, and we're not going to bring anything else. Oh wait, this is a medium. I think I just made things really interesting for myself on that.
Pace out the halls of your lineage once familiar, now foreign.
And I didn't bring any shovels. Ooh. All right. Okay, tell you what. I'm going to go to the full 4. I'm going to go to the full 4-hour mark. Once I hit 4 hours, though, we're going to finish the rest of this dungeon. On another stream.
Executed with impunity. Be gone, fiend.
Devastating!
Back to the pit. As victories mount, so too will resistance.
This is going to be really interesting to see how it turns out. I have a couple of ideas about how to make my resources go the distance. Cool. Damn it.
Well struck.
Part of the priority on Dazzling Light here is just to try and get a little extra, extra light in.
Another abomination.
So this is going to be sort of a kind of a stumbling, yeah. Oh, that's right, but Stressful Incantation undoes that good work, so. That's unlucky. Ooh. I'm glad I've got bandages.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Can mark the target, but it doesn't do... I don't think collecting the bounty will work, so let's just get the team back in order. Nice.
Formation is broken.
All right, 5 minutes.
Offensive.
Unlucky. So we will cure the bleed.
A fortune waiting to be spent.
This almost always poisons me. You know what? I should just I'll just accept the lantern as is.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
So this is going to involve a little bit of backtracking on my part. But again, the aim is to explore 90% of rooms, so I'm going to try and make that. I'm going to try and take the path of least resistance on that. That's specifically to avoid too many food. So normally my solution to a lack of torches is to take advantage of camping. If I do that now, then I potentially run out of food in the middle of the dungeon. So I'm going to be a little more careful on how this works. And that's actually one of the reasons why I wanted to go for the full 4-hour mark. Because I have a feeling I'm not going to be as clever when I come back to this. The knowledge forever changes the hero. Ruins Tactician. That's actually a nice one to have at the moment. Unfortunate. We must rely on flesh and indefatigable purpose.
The cold stone seems bent on preventing passage.
That may not have been the best choice.
Ambushed by foul invention. And now, the darkness holds dominion. Black as death.
So the reason why I'm letting it be dark right now is that we've got... So obviously there's the chance for a fight in the hallways right now. And there is the chance for... okay, so this was empty. So there's really only one other room where there's a potential fight. Not worth it. The stress that I would get would be pretty weak. I mean, this character already is going to become... They're already going to get some kind of a personality quirk. Okay, so I know we're safe here. We'll see what happens with scouting, if anything does happen. Nope, okay. So again, normally I would have set up camp maybe around here. That's not great.
Mortality clarified in a single
And
strike.
now they get a... Ooh, that's going to make everybody else's stress peak out. Well, let's work with what we've got.
Another one falls.
Oh, I should have hit the... Ah, Holy Lance is perfect. Okay, so this gives me a chance to start patching up my team.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Okay, so clearly movement in this case makes sense. This time it's going to be the Crusader. Obviously I want the Houndmaster to be in health as well. Ah, okay, the stun is nice. We will take advantage of that for some heals. Now the risk, you know what, finish him. I was gonna say the risk is that they get an action and everybody else is able to, like, we're not, basically there's always the danger that by not finishing off the enemy they're going to counterattack with something more damaging. Okay. More damaging than whatever heals you got. Okay, nice. So I will take a quick minute on the Curio just because if we can... Nice.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles, paid for in blood.
Alright, so we've actually got a fairly decent little run of exploration going here. I've crossed over the 4-hour mark. Clearly I'm going to finish this dungeon now. I hate that I do this. Especially because I think a bunch of Cool Eagles crowd like left as soon as they found out I said I was gonna finish. But yeah, obviously we have to see this going through. Like this was me screwing up a run. I can't bring myself to leave this hanging. Just keep going for another hour. I am like well and truly done after this, but you of all people, Cool Eagle, I have got the like nerdiest, most awesome, like, what are you doing system chalk like project for Cultist Simulator that I'm just finished. Like you want me to spend the time on this thing. This is a very cool thing that I'm doing. I mean it's super immodest to say that, but like I'm genuinely excited to see what people think of this when it's done. This gives us a little torchlight, but
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
I'm curious if I'm able to use the spear on this one. I can. Sweet. It's not a cult.
Foolish horrors.
It's a collective of individuals who like quality games and quality storefronts at affordable prices.
Wonders can be found in the most tenebrous corners of this place.
All right, I went a little too bold on keeping the torch down. So long as we don't get a heart attack, we're okay. But with these two guys, I have no guarantees at all that I'm going to avoid the heart attack.
And fury.
So we got to deal with the madmen when we can.
Cannons.
I forsake you, friends. Jesus Christ. I think we can do a finish him on the madman. It's not great. I would prefer to use my bounty hunter for other things, but yeah. That's a huge... like, the stress damage is the sort of thing that can kill my Crusader. So... Alright, we're in much better shape. Still need to deal with the... courtier. But at least I've got my healer freed up.
Precision and power.
I'd love to use the blackjack on the bone defender to try and take them out, like stun him, but it's a little too spicy for me. Just keep raising that stress. There's absolutely no problems with that. It just makes the run more interesting. Oh, Jesus Christ. Lower accuracy. Let's do a party-wide heal on this one. Nice.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Okay.
The light, the promise of safety.
A map. Better than a trap. Cool. So we're, as long as we survive this one battle, which should be perfectly manageable, we made it through my terrible planning. Oh yeah, we can handle this. This is not, I mean, crits will make our stress go up, but it won't, like, we would have to be particularly unlucky to suffer that many crits. I'm not sure whether or not that or pulling them forward was the right call, because I think pulling them forward will both neutralize the damage that they do, as well as interfere with the others.
Injury. Find it in no short supply. As the light
This is just a chance for another finish him.
spirits are lifted.
And I'm trying to take as many pieces off the board as I can. Okay, manageable. Every time the dog fails, he gets stressed. I think I'm going to do a self-heal on this one. Okay, finish him makes the most sense. Again, just killing someone is the best form of damage mitigation. We'll try a stun, may not work. Okay, buy us some time. You profane my holy works! Time to prove ourselves. Oh, Jesus Christ, okay. Distorted Say, good evening again. I don't know much about Darkest Dungeon, but it's pleasing to watch. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Distorted Say. I'm sorry, I don't think I saw your original message, so if you did say hello and I didn't reply, I apologize. But thank you very much for saying that. And Kremlin Kev, not just watch, I like that dude's voice. I am assuming you are talking about Wayne Junes. If that was directed to me, though, thank you, and I apologize if I took the compliment that was not intended for me. The voice for this game was definitely the thing that got me into it, so I'm going to assume that you were talking about the Wayne June one. But the story to say, I'm not going to be streaming for that much longer. Once we finish this dungeon, I'm calling it for the night. So if you have any questions about the game, if you have any questions about the game, I'd be delighted to answer them for you, because that's one of the reasons why I started streaming, to be able to share games that I enjoy with other people and help them find the sort of thing that they're looking for. That's what I said an hour ago. Yeah, that's the problem. That's why I really mean it this time.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can.
Actually, you know what? The smartest thing for me would have been to have actually gotten rid of the firewood for the bandages. Alright. There's nothing else for me here. Let's just get out of this. No worries, it was hours ago, you said hello but had to step away from the computer. I'll let you know if I have any questions. Sure thing. Also, again, I'm pretty much done for tonight, so if you have any questions that come up, don't hesitate to either send me a message over Twitch or the Discord or Twitter. And I'll be streaming this game again, if not next Friday, definitely another Friday down the road, because it's a really enjoyable one. And I'm actually starting to go to parts of the game that I haven't seen before, so this will be interesting. We actually managed to beat the first Crimson Court boss rather unexpectedly on the first try. Cool Eagle. I just want to let you know that. Alright, so Mashol is scientific. They do not get good healing from the Vestal. Kite is evasive. Boucher is tone deaf, minus 20% stress heal received. And Mowbray is a dud hitter, minus 5% crit if HP is below 50%.
I see something long absent in the sunken faces of passers-by. A glimmer of hope.
Okay, Kai LB had a night on the town, recovered 70 stress. Ego Karen engaged in flagellation, recovered 110 stress. Frankenvinder meditated and recovered 70 stress. Plagus underwent effective disease treatment and cured Skytate. Mowbray is apprentice Vestal level 1. Bouchier is the apprentice Houndmaster level 1. Kite 260 is now an adventurer bounty hunter level 2. Masholt is now an apprentice crusader level 1. Sharp is now a legend musketeer, our first level 6. Mojo Storm is now a master arbalist level 4. And Collier is now an adventurer musketeer. So great news across the board there. Mowbray, okay, everybody needs to go. Okay, you are all... Get thee to a nunnery. Kite never drinks. I bet Kite never drinks in real life too. Okay, so apparently Mowbray was the one to become scientific. I could have swore... Okay, no, they're both scientific. So the Vestal performs the Divine Grace healing, but doesn't actually believe in... doesn't actually believe in its ability to accomplish what it's setting out to do. Kite can gamble. Okay, how far away am I from? Very far away from. This actually makes sense to buy because this will lower my costs.
Every creature has a weakness. The wise hero trains for what he will face.
Cool. Maybe another Vestal might make sense, but that's a decision for another point. So, we've got a pretty full roster of level 3s and 4s. We still don't have any big bad. We killed all of the bosses. Oh no, I guess there's the boss at the farmstead. So if I want to bring another batch to the farmstead, we can definitely get a nice stack of crests and whatnot. We've got our first level 6 hero, which I wasn't expecting. It's actually tempting to let... where are they? Tippler. They're gonna be they're not gonna be doing anything for a while. But yeah, we've got a pretty good roster. Obviously, we only require one bad event, and we are going to lose all of these good people. Just a memory of the fallen: Braun, Reynold, Jamie, Sam, Valken, to you, Captain Zerge, Gand, Danvers, Johnny Big Time, Ed Baver, El Dolby, Canergries, Vessi, or Veshai, Kaylee, Russell, Mandeville, and Mautravers are no longer with us. The last person to die was in week 40, and we are now on week 49, so 9 weeks, almost 2 months without a death. Well, I mean, the monsters have faced a death, but... Anyways, that is it for me. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I hope you guys like Darkest Dungeon. I really enjoy playing it, and it seems to have a fairly devoted following, so I certainly, I've not felt that I'm doing the stream or myself a disservice by running with this game. But as always, feel free to give any kinds of feedback. I try to take it as well as I can. What is there to say for the rest of the stream? I'm still gonna be on track for recording a Daggerfall episode over the weekend. I've run out of all of my sort of pre-recorded episodes, so I actually need to record them on a week-by-week basis. For that reason, it is possible I may not get a Surviving Mars broadcast recorded in time, but we'll see. I'll give it my best shot. But it looks like Surviving Mars has been sort of a on 1 week, off another. Monday we'll be back to more Stellaris. Stellaris is really interesting. I'm definitely in a tough spot, and it's been fun to just try and close the gap between me and the AI. And I feel like we're closing it, but that at any moment it can all go wrong. So that has been a particularly fun run. Still doing Cultist Simulator. We're making good progress on the medium run for the Ghoul DLC. That's the last DLC that I have not played to completion. And then of course we have the sort of free Friday streams, but I think I tend to go for Darkest Dungeon if there isn't anything like Age of Wonders, Planetfall, and whatnot going in. So that's a rough outline of what's coming up in the next week. I also need to double check. There may be a Dirty Rectangles thing on the 21st. So come to think of it, next Wednesday I may not do Cultist Simulator. I do need to double check though, so please do check out Twitter if you are anticipating a cultist episode. Other than that, thank you everybody for watching. Let me just take a quick minute to see who we can pass the love on to. Thank you for those of you who stayed with the Cool Eagles raid. We've got a few options. I know I always do that. There's a few. Okay, so like in terms of people who are online right now, I quite like watching Sheriff Eli. He's playing No Man's Sky. Rifttrax is on. I think Rifttrax is currently playing Firehead, which is amazing because of how much Christopher Plummer brings to a bad role. Let me just double check to see if... Okay. No, it is not Firehead. W. Shand is currently doing Fallout New Vegas with his bounty hunter system. Elkanu is playing something called Super Wailu Demake. I have no idea what that is. And Major Trendy is actually showing a bunch of demo scene stuff. So there's a bunch of different folks doing some really cool stuff right now. But I am going to raid Kilgore Trout because he is playing the Terminator Future Shock. This is Bethesda's Terminator game. Used the same engine as Elder Scrolls Daggerfall, and he was playing Daggerfall Unity a little bit earlier today. So it seems appropriate, seeing as I was talking about doing some Daggerfall recording. Thank you everybody for watching. Keep an eye on Twitter if you want to hear more about what this Cultist Simulator thing is going to be. I'm actually going to need to talk with somebody about when the release comes out, but I'm really excited to being able to show you some of the stuff I've been doing in the background. This is one of several projects that I've been working on, and I finally get to take the cover off for you. And yeah, we'll see you next time. Please be good to Kilgore, and we'll see you next time. Uh-oh. Apparently I need to wait 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah.